Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Oxnard Planning Commission special meeting for January 13th, 2022. A quick housekeeping item. In accordance with Assembly Bill 361, members of the commission, public, and staff will be participating via teleconference. As shown on the agenda and online, please email all written public comments to planning@oxnard.org. Those wishing to speak may visit oxnard.org/city-meetings to fill out the speaker form or by calling 805-385-7878 by 3 p.m. the day of the meeting. During the meeting, a 3-minute opportunity will be given to the public for additional members to participate. Please view at the bottom of your screens for the call-in number, meeting ID, and passcode. You will then follow the prompts and be connected to the meeting. When participating in the meeting, please be sure to keep your microphones muted until your turn to speak. Because the meeting is electronic, all votes will be done by roll call. Lastly, for presenters, when needing to advance to the next slide, please clearly state next slide. And with that, we'll go to our Madam Secretary to establish our quorum.
Chair Chavez.
Here.
Vice Chair Owejo.
Here.
Commissioner Connolly.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner Nash.
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. With that, we'll move to our Pledge of Allegiance. And Commissioner Sanchez, would you mind leading us this evening?
Absolutely. Everybody stand up and we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance.
To the flag.
Excuse me. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and
Thank you for that, Commissioner Sanchez. We'll now move to our next item, which is public comments for items not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to address the Planning Commission regarding any item not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission may do so at this time. However, the commission cannot take action on any items presented during public comments and will be referred to the commission secretary. All public comment speakers will have 3 minutes. Madam Secretary, we had 2 people sign up.
Yes, we have 2.
Nicole Swan and Natalia Ospina. I only see Natalia Ospina. So we'll start with her first.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Madam Secretary.
Chair Chavez, we're looking for her in the call list. Okay, we have found her.
Thank you. Sorry about that delay. Good evening. My name is Natalia Ospina. I'm an attorney with NRDC. My organization is working in coalition with local residents and several grassroots and environmental justice organizations that would be impacted by the Glovis 34-acre project on Hueneme. I'm asking that the City of Oxnard commit to a new public engagement strategy that enhances transparency and hold at least one public hearing on the draft DIR for the Glovis project. The City of Oxnard released its draft DIR on December 16th, right before the holidays and during a COVID-19 surge. The city is currently only providing the public with 2 months to read almost 1,000 pages of technical analysis. Not only is this not enough time for the public to weigh in on a project that could potentially worsen air quality in a region already overburdened with industrial sites, but the city has not yet announced the public hearing on this proposal or translated materials. It's crucial that the city offer at minimum one public hearing to inform the public and allow us to ask questions and share perspectives on the project. SEEK was unequivocal about the fact that public participation is an essential part of the CEQA process. The CEQA guidelines further state that a hearing should be held if it will advance the purpose and goals of the act. Since one of the primary goals of CEQA is to inform the public about government decisions and potential environmental impacts, a public hearing is clearly necessary in this instance. Furthermore, Oxnard's own CEQA guidance also encourage public hearings on draft EIRs. In addition to a public hearing, Oxnard must also translate the draft EIR into Spanish and any other languages spoken by communities in South Oxnard. Translating all relevant materials is necessary to meet CEQA's purpose and goal of informing the public. The City of Oxnard is also obligated under Title VI and Government Code 11135 to not exclude individuals or communities from participation in any activity on the basis of race, color, or national origin. The neighborhood immediately adjacent to the proposed project is not only overwhelmingly Latinx, but also experiences a higher level of linguistic isolation than 99% of the state. This census tract is also home to more residents below the poverty line than 99% of the rest of the state. Oxnard must ensure that South Oxnard residents and communities, as well as the wider public, have an opportunity to meaningfully weigh in on the draft EIR and engage by providing input on the draft. I'm concerned as a whole about the city's transparency around this project. The city is delayed for over 6 months in responding to our public records ask requests about this project, which is further evidence of the
30
city's
seconds
failure.
left.
Thank you. To be transparent with the public about this proposal. I ask that the city reconsider its current approach here and commit to improve transparency and public engagement by providing a public hearing, translating materials, and responding timely to Public Record Act requests. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Secretary, I do not see Nicole Swain.
Yeah, I don't see her on the list either.
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and do our time AB 361 time to allow any additional members of the public to join and provide comments not on the to provide public comments for items not on the agenda. Again, you can view at the bottom of your screen the call-in number, meeting ID, as well as the passcode.
And Chair Chavez, this is Scott Kolwitz in the chambers. Just wanted to let the Planning Commission and members of the public know that for items on tonight's agenda, we've received a good amount of public testimony on 2 of them in particular. Most of them have come in for item number 4 on your agenda tonight, specifically item F4, the TD Enterprises project. There have been 3 transmittal memos that we previously have sent to the Planning Commission that had numerous emails and letters. There's another one that we sent to the Planning Commission and members of the public by email tonight just before the start of the meeting. So we wanted to alert all of you that that was out there. As we get further into the agenda, staff is actually going to recommend that we take a recess at some point in time to let the Planning Commission have a chance to look at memo number 4 in particular. In addition, I mentioned that we had one other item on the agenda, item F1, that's the River Park Specific Plan Amendment Project. There was a transmittal memo that was sent out earlier today for that item. There were a total of 6 pieces of correspondence that were sent out on that one. And we just want to make sure that the Planning Commission was aware of that before we get to that item 2. And if a recess is needed to go over those items, then that's also appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Kolwitz. I do see a message in the chat asking if the speaker could speak louder. Just to summarize what Mr. Kolwitz said, that we did receive additional transmittals for items for the River Park specific plan, as well as our last item on the cannabis. A short recess will be taken in order for the public and members of the commission to review those. I believe I summarized that correctly, Mr. Kolwitz.
Chair Chavez, yes, and I'll try to lean further into the microphone next time. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kolwitz.
Chair Chavez, it's 3 minutes and I haven't received any new public comments for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So we'll go ahead and move to our next item, which is our consent agenda. Item D1, subject adoption of resolution reauthorizing the remote teleconference meeting of the Planning Commission of the City of Oxnard. Recommendation that the Planning Commission adopt resolution 2022 XX reauthorizing remote teleconference meetings of the Planning Commission in accordance with Assembly Bill 361. Commissioners, if there's no questions, I'll be looking for a motion. Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt a resolution reauthorizing remote teleconference meetings of the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Connolly.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Connolly. Madam Secretary, can we get a roll call on item D1?
Vice Chair Weho,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Chavez,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioners, the next items are D2, D3, D4, approval of our minutes from our November 18, 2021, December 2nd, 2021, December 16, 2021. Is there any corrections or revisions that need to be made? If not, I'll look for a motion for all three. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
I'd like to move the recommended action and approve the minutes of the November 18th, December 2nd, and December 16th.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rejo.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call on items D2 to D4?
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Weho,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Chavez,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move to our next item, which is our ex parte declarations for public hearing items. Vice Chair Rejo.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have two to disclose. The first, I received a call from one person regarding agenda item F2, River Park Specific Plan Amendment and Development Agreement Amendment opposing the items. Second, I will recuse myself on agenda item F4, TD Enterprise LLC doing business as Oxnard Holistics due to federal statutes 18 USC section or code section 203 and 205. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Connolly.
None, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
None. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a phone conversation with a fellow resident in River Park regarding the River Park specific plan.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Nash.
None. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanchez.
None, thank you.
Thank you. And for myself, a phone call in regards to item F2, opposition. With that, we'll go ahead and move to our first item, which is our public hearing item number F1. Project name is the Vineyard Starbucks Site Renovation Planning and Zoning Permit number 21-550-01. Major modifications to U-916 Special Use Permit. This is located at 2551 North Vineyard Avenue. The project includes modifications to the existing 2,450 square foot drive-through fast food restaurant building and to allow for a Starbucks coffee shop on a 0.66 acre site. The proposed improvements will convert the existing Wendy's drive-through restaurant into a Starbucks drive-through coffee shop. The change includes a 50 square foot addition to allow for the relocation of the drive-through pickup window. The resulting building will be 2,500 square feet. The site layout will be reconfigured to increase the drive-through lane vehicle queue capacity from 5 vehicles to 16 vehicles. Other changes include a revised signage, upgrade landscaping, new parking, lot striping, and administrative parking relief to allow for two modifications. One, decrease the number of required parking spaces from 50 to 35, including 15 spaces from which are provided via the drive-through queue. And two, allow for 11 of the required parking spaces to be compact parking spaces. The project includes a transportation demand management plan. The project site is located within the general commercial plan development zone district and within the commercial general land use designation. This is filed by Beverly Metz from Starbucks. City staff person is Joe Pearson II, associate planner. Recommendation is the planning commission finds the project to be statutory exempt from the environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15270 projects which are disapproved, and adopt a resolution 2021 XX9 planning and zoning permit number 21-550-01 major modifications to U-916 special use permit subject to certain findings. As a reminder to the public and my colleagues, a pre-recorded presentation is on the city's YouTube channel in accordance with Measure M. We'll now turn to our city staff person, Mr. Pearson, if he has any additional information to provide.
Good evening, Chair Chavez. No, staff does not have any additional comments to provide at this time, but we are available for questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any questions? Vice Chair Reckel.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. A question mostly for Mr. Rozelle. In the presentation and on the summary of the memorandum, it stated that the recommended action is to ratify the action, approving the resolution. But I didn't see ratification in the actual resolution. I was wondering if staff had a reason to state that it was a ratification, and if there is a difference. I just want to know the reason why ratification is used instead of just a plain approval.
Thank you for that question. The agenda for tonight's meeting has the recommended action of adopting the CEQA exemption and then to adopt the resolution. So to the extent the word ratification is in there, it's really meant to ratify, as in the Planning Commission took a vote regarding this matter and asked the resolution be brought back. So tonight's action would be to adopt a resolution which would actually deny the permit. So it's to the extent that that's ratifying the Planning Commission's last action, that would be kind of the basis for that language. But the actual recommendation, as outlined by Chair Chavez, is to find the project to be statutorily exempt and then to adopt the resolution denying planning and zoning permit number 21500-01, subject to certain findings. So that is the recommendation of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Rozelle. Thank you for that clarification. That's all I had, Chair Chavez.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any additional questions? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Secretary, just to confirm, we did not have anybody sign up for this item, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so in accordance with Assembly Bill 361, we'll go ahead and have our time 3 minutes. Any additional members of the public wishing to speak on this item may do so by viewing the bottom of their screens for the calling number, meeting ID, and the passcode. Any member that's currently on the call, if you wish to speak, you may use the raise hand feature and you will be called. Thank you. I wonder if we can get the city manager's playlist when we have these 3-minute pauses. So members of the public, if you are on the call and wish to speak, you would use the raise hand icon that's located at the bottom. Sometimes it may be in the reactions tab. If you are calling from a landline, it is *9.
Chair Chavez, I want to tell you that I have a little bit of Thai envy, so kudos for rocking that geometric pattern. That's
Believe it or not, it's been a long time since I wore this tie. So I figure, why not? We'll go wild today.
I say, I'm jealous.
So I do see one hand raised to speak on this item. And we have just a few more seconds left. Okay, so I do see a hand raised by a phone number ending in 7457 to speak on this item.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Is this to speak on F2?
Yes, the
Riverport?
Starbucks. No, this is for the Starbucks item.
Okay, I apologize, wrong one.
Okay. All right, Madam Secretary, did we have any additional speakers for F1?
No, we don't.
Thank you. Commissioners, what is the pleasure? Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. I move to move forward with the recommended action.
Thank you. Is there a second? Vice Chair Rejo.
Yes, I second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the recommendation to the Planning Commission and find the project to be statutory exempt from the environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines section 15270. Projects which are disapproved, and adopt the resolution 2021-X denying planning and zoning permit number 21-550-01 major modifications to U-916 special use permit subject to certain findings. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Chair Chavez, this is Scott Kolwitz over in the chambers. Just wanted to chime in here briefly. If we move forward to take a vote on this right now, a vote of yes is a vote to deny the project. A vote of no would turn the motion around and we'd be looking for something else. But just wanted to point out that a yes vote means deny the project.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Kolwitz. Is there any discussion on this? Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
I think for the record, I just wanted to say that I remain optimistic on, this project working. I think, as customer of other establishments that are also very busy, drive-throughs, and some that only have one kiosk, or panel menu speaker to order, and others that have even two. I continue to, like I said, remain optimistic that I believe that this could work. I understand the reservations and concerns about the traffic, particularly along Vineyard Avenue coming from El Rio, but I remain optimistic, or I should say am optimistic about the relationships that our elected officials now share with our state representatives, both in the Assembly and the Senate, to try and do something to mitigate and get Caltrans to address the concerns that have been brought up. And so just wanted to state that for the record, and my intention with the clarification that Mr. Kolwitz provided, I'm inclined to vote no on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. Yes, I would agree with most of what Dr. Lopez said with regard to I see that this is a project that if the intersection were to not allow that U-turn and were to streamline the timing of the lights such that it might improve traffic flow, then I would see myself being able to support this project. However, I know that does involve arranging an agreement and working with Caltrans to make that happen. I would encourage the city to preemptively work with Caltrans to make that happen, because any commercial endeavor in that area is going to be subject to the same concerns. And with that, I can support the recommended action. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Secretary, if we can have the roll call, please.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
No.
Commissioner Nash,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Chair Chavez.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and move to our next item, which is project name is the River Park Specific Plan Amendment and Development Agreement Amendment. Planning and zoning permit number 20-630-01, 7th Amendment to the River Park Specific Plan, and planning and zoning permit number 20-670-04, 6th Development Agreement Amendment, and certification of an addendum to final environmental impact report number 00-03. The project is located in the River Park Specific Plan area, generally located north of the Ventura Freeway, Highway 101, west of East Vineyard Avenue, east of the Santa Clara River, and south of Central Avenue. The project consists of the following requested actions. A, text and map amendments to the River Park Specific Plan to introduce a new high-density land use designation within planning districts B, C, and D. Residential, very high, 30 to 80 units per acre. Create a new development type, apartments to urban. Revise the planning area boundaries, update the land use table, and update exhibits for consistency with proposed changes. This amendment would allow development of up to 1,025 additional residential units in exchange for a reduction of up to approximately 562,457 square feet of non-residential development. B, development agreement amendment to allow for a time extension, impact fee modifications, and define future affordable housing requirements. The project application was filed by Ann Walsh of Shade Properties. City staff person is Joe Pearson II, Senior Planner. The recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2022-XX recommending that the City Council approval of Planning and Zoning Permit number 20-630-01, amendment to the River Park Specific Plan, and to remove the residential very high land use from District D of River Park Specific Plan Amendment, subject to certain findings and certification of an addendum to FEIR number 00-03, and adopt a resolution 2022-XX recommending the City Council approval of the Planning and Zoning Permit number 20-670-04, amendment to Development Agreement number A-6128 for the River Park Specific Plan, subject to certain findings and certification of the addendum to FEIR number 00-03.
Chair Chavez, this is Ken Roselle. Because of my prior representation of the River Park project between 1999 and 2008, I will need to step down and recuse myself. Deputy City Attorney Jason Zaragoza will be representing the Planning Commission during this item, and I will return after this item is completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Roselle. Commissioners, at this time, because we have a large list of speakers for this item, what I would like is that if there's any clarifying questions that need to be asked, that you ask at this time, and then we take the public comments, and then we can continue our questioning with deliberation. Is there any objection to doing that? I see and hear none. So if there's any quick clarifying questions, this would be the
Chair-
time. Yes,
Sorry, Chair Chavez. To follow up on the meeting or the previous meeting, staff just wanted to make some kind of clarification comments. Just
Yes,
to
I
clarify
apologize.
what occurred at the previous meeting, again, for the benefit of the public who are joining us tonight. So at the meeting of December 16th, the Planning Commission considered the 7th Amendment to the River Park Specific Plan and 6th Development Agreement Amendment, as well as the certification of the addendum. During the deliberation process, the Commission moved and seconded a motion to approve staff's recommendation. Following that original motion, a second motion was moved and seconded to amend the original motion to remove elements of the requested development agreement amendment that would have reduced fees to those in effect on September 24, 2018. However, that motion failed on a vote of 2 to 5, 2 in favor and 5 against. At this point, the original motion stood. A second motion to amend the original motion was then moved and seconded. This motion was to recommend a removal of the potential residential development, which included 412 residential units within District D, and continue the project to tonight's hearing to allow staff to come back with the revised resolution incorporating the recommended action. This motion was passed on a vote of 5 in favor and 2 against. As a result, staff has prepared the amended resolution removing the residential very high land use designation in District D and removing the additional 412 units associated with District D and maintaining the potential commercial that would have been allowed. The applicant team has prepared a modified version of the River Park Specific Plan text and map amendments as well. So at tonight's meeting, the Planning Commission generally has 2 options that it could take tonight to move the project forward to City Council. The first would be to approve the amended resolution, removing the option for the additional residential units and retaining the associated commercial potential in District D. And then the second option would be to approve the original staff's original recommendation and the original resolutions, which are provided in the attached staff report. This would retain the option for the 412 additional units in District D and the 1,025 units overall. And again, both of these actions would be a recommendation to the City Council, who would take the final action. So again, staff is here if you have any questions, but we just wanted to clarify that for the public who are here tonight.
thank you, Mr. Pearson, and I apologize for skipping over staff to provide those comments. Commissioners, is there any questions? Okay, so we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for this item. And then once we close the public hearing, then we'll have the commissioners ask questions and deliberate on the item, just so that we can try to get through our meeting quickly. So I will be calling people in the order that they signed up, with the first person being Armando Delgado.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, staff, and fellow residents. My name is Armando Delgado, and I represent 1900.
Mr. Delgado.
Yes.
There might be a problem with your audio. You're coming in sounding like a robot.
Apologize, I only have
There we
one.
go. There we go. Better now.
Okay, let me start my 3 minutes.
Yes, go ahead now.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, staff, and fellow residents. My name is Armando Delgado, and I represent 1,900 working families with Carpenters Local 805. We keep a strong interest in land use planning, address environmental impacts of new developments, and advocate for fair housing everywhere. And we do advocate for fair housing everywhere, sometimes. Oxnard's economic vitality incorporates both the economic advancement and quality of life for local residents. Ventura County's economy is diverse. It offers specific strengths in agriculture, manufacturing, healthcare, retail trade, hospitality, and public administration. But don't forget our construction tradesmen. Now, these industries are what makes Oxnard so desirable. The housing element update is attempting to address both local and regional market demand for housing and planning for a future that reflects the needs and vision of Ventura County while enhancing social equity and economic opportunity. Now, this includes preserving open space and protecting resources. It's a wild balancing act, if I may say so. But as we discuss the amendments and concessions that a developer asked for, let's not get frazzled by the stated deadlines that they need to meet. Our focus is on the retention and expansion of local business and services that provide locally. Construction projects nearby need to increase the skills and employability of our local workforce, invite new businesses, investments, target site-based redevelopment opportunities. You know, the city's quality of life strategy is to restore and increase quality services and programs that enrich Oxnard's community and promote safe neighborhoods. At the end of the day, the city's housing element can address this simply? No, but the planning commissioners can do something about it here. These high density projects, if they are to be built, they should be built using local skilled and trained workforce, not rezoned and taken away from our working community. Now, there's a lot of community benefits that come to building more residential projects. We get it. But you are asking them to go, or they are asking for you to go away from the original stated plan of 2,800 homes. And then it was amended to over 3,000 homes. And now they're asking for a total of 4,000 homes. I get it. However, it should not be put on the River Park community to burden
30
housing
seconds left.
There are plenty of places out there in Oxnard, open spaces available, infill projects, downtown. I mean, there is car dealerships that have been closed down that could really use a mixed use project. Now, it's up to you. And I tell you right now, with all the trades behind us, we don't believe that planning commissioners should give up their right, your job, to help us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado, for your comments. We'll move to our next person, Omar Vera Saldana.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Omar Vieira Saldaña. I'm a professional union carpenter with a local 805. I've been working in construction in the Southern California for over 20 years. With that experience, I feel I have a good understanding of how contractors work. Hermanos Unidos is here to fight back for undocumented workers and honest immigrants that they get advantage of the wage thief and this classification. I'm proud to be landing my voice here tonight to say that this needs to stop and need to stop now. Union workers have better wages, safety training, and better skills that help them to build great construction projects. This is why union workers are protected and paid properly. With the help of my wife and kids, I researched on Shea Homes and I found out in March 11, 2020, the Miller Law Firm recovered $4 million in Aliso Viejo, California, for bad construction claims against Shea Homes. Four neighborhoods made up a total of 307 residential units. People are still waiting for Shea Homes insurance to fix several construction problems. For example, building movements, unsafe retaining walls, damage to the flat work, and many other safety hazards. Just last month, another lawsuit was filed against the owner of the golf course named The Edge and Shea Home to prevent them from building houses at any part of the site. These are just two of the lawsuits that I came across, but there are many more. The River Park community was a good cleanup neighborhood with easy traffic and lots of shopping. Do not allow Shea Homes to break their promises again. No one wants to live compacted and compressed like a pack of tortillas. Make them honor their word and don't let them change the specific plan, please. Digan no a los cambios y protejan la comunidad. Thank you very much. Gracias. From your local 805 Hermanos Unidos, Sherman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saldana, for your comments. We'll move to our next person, Christopher Houston.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Christopher Houston. I'm a business representative with the Electrical Workers Union here in Ventura County and also a lifelong resident of Ventura County. I'm opposed to these amendments. Building more dwelling units will not be beneficial to this community. Most of the apartments in the River Park area already range from about $2,400 a month for a studio up to about $3,600 a month for a 2-bedroom. The average residential journeyman electrician Ventura County is making less than about $25 an hour with no benefits and won't even be able to afford any of the housing that they potentially could be working on. In the last 5 years, visiting residential projects, I've not come across any electrical apprentices, state registered apprentices on residential projects here in Ventura County. Us here in the IBW, we have close to 100 electrical apprentices, all of which are making a livable wage with benefits. There is already a project labor agreement in place with River Park and Shea Homes that can employ these apprentices and journeyman electricians on future commercial projects, but that won't carry over to any residential projects. If this amendment passes, all you will be doing is taking work away from Oxnard residents that are learning a trade in a state-approved apprenticeship and allowing developers to maximize their profits by using low-wage workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Houston, for your comments. Move to our next person, Max Guinness.
Chair Chavez, Max again is not in the call.
Okay, if he joins before the public hearing is closed, then we'll go ahead and hear his. We'll move to our next one, Justin Aby.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
All right. There it is. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Justin Abbey. I'm a veteran and a local carpenter with the local 805 Carpenters Union and a longtime resident. And I don't support the amendments to this plan. Sorry, kind of nervous. It's my understanding that the original agreement was for about 2,800 homes and is now being expanded to 4,000 with the possibility of removing zoning for industry. The area is crowded enough as it is, and with the industrial areas being removed, how will these homes feed and entertain themselves or receive services that are needed in the area if the area is already bottlenecking and not expanding with the growth of the region? That's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I apologize for pronouncing your last name. Our next person is Alex Morales.
Hi, good evening, Chairman Chavez and Commissioners. How are you doing tonight? I'm in opposition of the rezoning there at the collection. I've been a lifelong resident of Oxnard, live a couple of miles away from the collection. And right now, the way it is, it's nice, you know, that we go there for shopping, we go there to the movies. And if you were to allow more residential construction, it's just going to be a lot of traffic, and there's going to be too many people. So I'm calling in opposition and to go back to the original plan, which calls for a project labor agreement that will put local residents and local skilled and trained workers to work on that project. I also represent the laborers union, which we have several hundred laborers that live in Oxnard, and their families enjoy the collection. And if you go back to the original plan, that will put them to work as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move to our next person, Andy Castillo.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make it short and simple. I'm a resident and a business agent of Local 585, and I oppose these amendments. Okay, I just want my voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo, for your comments. We'll move to our next person, Robert Fallon.
I don't see Robert in the call.
Okay, if he jumps on before, we'll go ahead and hear his comments. Dan Mora.
Hi, you can hear me, right?
Yes, 3 minutes.
All right, cool, thank you. Thank you to the commission for having us here. My name's Dan Mora. I'm the mobilization coordinator for the Central Coast Labor Council. We represent about 100,000 workers on the Central Coast, including many in Oxnard. I'm also a member of Laborers Local 585. I just want to speak against this amendment to the River Park specific plan. The amendment and potential project that comes with it has been made without the input of workers and will put any future projects under review with no further community or worker input. The amendment to rezone will also eliminate the community workforce agreement, which has been in place for 18 years, while it also, even if it's technically legal, violates the original agreement that was agreed upon between our city and our local residents to use local skilled workers. Our community would not and should not simply allow policy and an agreement that took years to craft with input from both residents and Oxnard workers to be simply changed and taken out of their hands. Individuals can't simply carve out ideas they want to rezone and develop on a whim. Any future projects or changes must involve having a discussion with with the workers, and honoring their original collaborated vetted agreement that they made with the city and the community. I urge you to please vote no on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mora, for your comments. We'll move to our next person, Timothy Redondo.
Judge Chavez, I can't find Timothy on the list.
I see his hand raised. He just going by Tim though.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, madam.
You had me?
Yes, Mr. Redondo, you got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hello and good evening, Oxnard Planning Commission.
My name is Tim Redondo, organizer recruiter with UA Local 484, plumbers, pipe fitters, HVAC technicians, and apprentices, representing 400 plus members in Ventura County. Too many changes and concessions have been made to benefit the developers and their contractors at the river park, but no benefits have been provided to the community. Developers and general contractors bring in subcontractors from out of the county, from areas such as Riverside, San Bernardino, Hemet, etc. The lowest of the lowest bidders and unresponsible. These contractors pay low wages with no health insurance or retirement to speak of. How do I know this? I walk projects 2 or 3 times a week, talking with these out-of-town tradesmen who are being exploited daily. This rezoning will not benefit the local building trades and apprenticeship programs, as was in the original zoning plan, which would and does create more local opportunity and economic vitality. On behalf of Local 484 membership and myself as a local resident, we oppose this rezoning proposal and ask the Planning Commission to vote no on this rezoning. I would also like to extend out to the commissioners at any time. You can call my office at 805-643-6345. And I will take you out to some of these projects, these residential projects, to talk with individuals and see how they're being exploited here in Oxnard, at the Wagon Wheel and other projects throughout the county. And again, I offer that to you guys, to the commissioners. I'll provide you with a hard hat, safety glasses, and a vest, and we'll go out and talk to people so you can see exactly what's happening in the community, not only Oxnard, but throughout Ventura County. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Redondo, for your comments. We'll move to our next person, Jose Garcia.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, commissioners, chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jose Garcia. I am a proud member of Labor's Local 585 Ventura, and I am a county resident that is kind of concerned. We finally got something going here in this county that is working. A place that entertains people. We're finally getting a bowling alley back. We took a lot of things from the city of Oxnard, which a lot of our neighboring small towns would take advantage of. As you know, we've taken a lot from the kids. That's what concerns me, that if we don't provide activities or entertainment places to where our children can go, we know where they end up, okay? And our county, unfortunately, doesn't have much down in lower towns. So we look up to you guys to keep our kids entertained, something that they can go do, something that we can go do on Sundays with them. We need family time. We need to remember that just overcrowding ain't gonna work. We already know what happened in Ojai when there was a disaster. Overcrowding does not work. There's not many exits to come out of that area already. We don't even want to go there. God hope that never happens. But I am against any kind of amendment, and I would hope that you guys, instead of putting more crowding, start making things in this community that other communities don't have, so that our children can be enriched with different things that they're exposed to, other than being on the street or being at home or being stuck in a house because there's nothing to do. So please take that into consideration, and all the work that the trades have put into these agreements throughout the years. They're fought for a reason, so that we can keep this community afloat. Somebody mentioned earlier, they won't even be able to live in these homes. Okay, we already know the housing prices right now. Everything's overbid. What do we need that for? And then people start buying from other communities here and we'd have to tend to them. It's not fair. Please
25 seconds
I ask
left.
to not vote or make any changes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for your comments. We'll move to our next person, Dylan White.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Dylan White. I am a Marine Corps veteran, longtime member of the community, and a Carpenters Local 805 member. I'd just like to say that I am against this amendment. I think that adding more homes from a contractor who cannot be trusted just does not sit well for the community. You're going to be adding way too much congestion in the area. And then also by using this contractor, you're going to be bringing in outside sources for labor rather than using our own local labor here that can put that money right back into the economy. I just feel like it would be a terrible decision to allow them to expand to 4,000 plus units rather than sticking to the original roughly 2,800. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. White, for your comments and for your service. We'll move to our next speaker, Lucy Catahenia.
And Chair Chavez, I don't see Lucy Cartagena on the call.
Okay, we'll move to our next person, Alex Perez.
Good evening, Planning Commission and Oxnard. My name is Alex Perez. I am a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters and also a representative of almost 2,000 members. I live, work, and recreate in the vicinity of these projects. I also believe that I will be impacted by the changes that Shea Properties is asking for tonight. Before I became a rep for the Carpenters Union, I was a labor compliance investigator and learned much of the business and witnessed enormous amounts of wage theft, misclassification, and so on. Today, Shea Properties is intending on turning these properties into residential zoning and overcrowding. It so happens that Shea Properties has a sister company, Shea Homes, that is known to hire unscrupulous subcontractors who continuously violate the law and take advantage of workers. For example, they worked with West Coast Drywall, who has been cited for $944,000 in 2018, and another in 2012. Also, M&M Framing, who has also been cited. Both have been cited by the Department of Labor. Is this what you guys are allowing to come into our backyard? These properties are not to be used for giant developers to pad their pockets off the back of our moms, dads, brothers, sisters, uncles, and so on. Do not allow Shea Properties do not allow Shea Properties to do this or go through with it. Planning Commission, this is in your hands.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Perez, for your comments. Our next speaker is Jonathan Duran.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, fellow Oxnard residents. My name is Jonathan Duran. I am a long life resident of Ventura County and also a member of Carpenters Local 805, also a representative. For us here that we're seeing this development, they're trying to change the zoning on this from commercial to residential. We already know that they're just trying to cram more housing, more individuals into an area to get more bang for their buck. At the end of the day, that's what we see. You look across the freeway, you look at the wagon wheel. How many of those homes, how many of those apartments are actually fully occupied? Yes, we want to have opportunities for individuals to be able to afford homes in our area, afford homes in our city, our county, but at what cost? Myself, as being a representative, my job is also, I'm a part of Career Connections, opportunities for students coming out of high school to have a career path in the construction industry. These opportunities are only possible by having contractors, developers, and the community partner together to be able to put these individuals to work. These individuals that live here in Oxnard. So Oxnard Unified School District has our curriculum. It has those students going through our program. My job is to find them jobs after when they get into our industry. How can I find them jobs close to home to be able to handle the burden sometimes of joining our industry? But there's work right here, but hey, guess what? It's going the other direction. It went non-union, or it's not being built by union contractors, or not under a certain agreement. The agreements there already. Do not allow Shade Properties to sneak their way away from this agreement, because at the end of the day, that's what they're doing. They're just saying, hey, well, we'll just build more homes here, be done with this property, move on, collect our funds, and be about our business. Hold their feet to the fire, allow this agreement to continue, let them build more commercial space there at the river park, and have more amenities for the individuals that still live here in Oxnard to be able to be, hey, let's go to Bolero. Hey, let's go to the theater. Hey, let's go to the local Starbucks right there at the river park. It is a great spot to go hang out.
30 seconds left.
Commissioners, staff, please, I advise you to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran, for your comments. I'm going to go through the list one more time, and then we'll go to those that have their hands raised. Max Guinness.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Max Guinness from Oxnard, resident. Can you hear me, by the way? The timer's still.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, from Ventura County, YIMBY. Look, you all know we are in a dire housing shortage, and we absolutely need homes everywhere we can get them. Putting them here does not preclude putting homes elsewhere in Oxnard. We need all kinds of homes in all parts of Oxnard to meet both the state housing targets, which are a floor. They're not targets, they're a mandated floor. We can exceed them, of course. And just to address the issues that the housing shortage is causing, affordability, sustainability concerns, and also inclusion, making sure that we're inclusive to immigrants. And this is an amazing project. I think it's really smart for us to think of repurposing commercial space, given the pandemic has moved even more retail online. There's still going to be extremely walkable neighborhoods in River Park if these are moved to residential, and it's going to create 1,000 homes for 1,000 families who really need them. So I'm not really sure why the labor unions are so opposed to this specific thing. I don't know if they didn't get the cut that they've been expecting from some other deal, but they've previously acknowledged the existence of the housing shortage. So I really hope you'll stay the course and recognize that we need many more projects like these. So please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guinness, for your comments. Robert Fallon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Perfect. Thanks for taking the calls again. Sorry, I missed the first round. So my name is Rob Fallon. I'm a member of Local 805 Carpenters. I'm an active member working out in the field. I live and work in the vicinity. Not only do that, though, I play in the vicinity. Okay, so we want to build some fun things for me to raise my family so I can be a better father. I can create memories and have a good time, whether it be the theater, whether it be a park, riding my bike. I don't want houses everywhere. More people, more congestion, more pollution. Let's change it up, right? Let's have a bit of fun. I come from the most multicultural, most convenient, I'll call it, city in the world. And no, it's not New York, it's London. Okay, I can go and have all the fun I want on my doorstep. because we just have this convenience everywhere. Whereas over here, all we do is see the dollar bills, houses, 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 let's stack them high. Well, what do I do when I want to have fun with my kids? I got to drive so far. It's pollution. It's increasing my chances of an accident. It's, even, you want to go out and you want to have a drink. Well, now you got to pay for the Uber home. If I had the bar on my doorstep, just like we do in England, we just walk around the pub. I would love to have that opportunity here in Oxnard. So I'd like you guys to really consider keeping this commercial. And let's create memories, not boring houses. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pollan, for your comments. So we're going to go ahead and look at the hands that are raised on the call. The first one being Albert Duarte.
Yes, good evening and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Albert Duarte and I represent the Ironworkers Local 416. And yes, we are against this. And we ask that you do vote no on this decision. And I'm here representing our 2,400 workers, and we have a good number here in the Oxnard area that have to drive to downtown LA, to Riverside, to Orange County to work, and they're just away from their families, and they're not able to see their daughter's soccer games and be at their son's wrestling matches or football games. So it's my job to fight for them. But I see negative impact with this, just by our workforce having to travel to other cities to work, just by the unbalanced decision in what the initial plan was and how we're moving away from that. Just there's a lot of questions to be answered behind that. But the environmental impact and what 1,000 more, what the rise in the housing's gonna show behind the more vehicles that are gonna here and that aren't gonna be working locally. So there's a lot of work to be had by evening out. All we ask for is a win-win. We're not asking for unfair decision or we're against the more housing. We're just asking for a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duarte, for your comments. We'll go to the next one. Phone number ending in 7457. 7457.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Chairman Chavez, planning commissioners, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Johnny Escobedo. I'm a business agent for the Ventura County area. I'm with the Ironworkers Local 416. If you guys rezone this area, you need to ask yourself this. You are bringing in subpar contractors and putting from out of the area and maybe even out of the state and putting your tax dollars in their pockets instead of keeping it as is a PLA project and allowing your own community to reinvest in its own community. This needs to stay as is per plan for the benefit of all people of Oxnard. Not just people of Oxnard, but also the surrounding areas. I personally myself have worked in Oxnard and at Elm Street Elementary School, amongst other projects. Not only that, I also go and spend time in the Ventura County. I really hope that you guys consider this very deeply because all my ironworker brothers and all my union brothers and just people in general of Oxnard and Ventura County, need this to stay within its boundaries. My brothers, my friends, everybody goes there. And I really hope that you consider this to stay as is. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next one. phone number ending in 9678. 9678.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak on this evening. My name is Joshua Medrano. I am the Executive Secretary and Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura Counties. I am a lifelong resident of Ventura County, 20 of which I spent growing up there in beautiful Oxnard. I now am raising my family a stone throws away from the river park across the stream, if you would, on the other side. But being a 20-year IBW member, I've also have worked at these river park projects. I take my family to enjoy everything that it has to offer. Every now and then, for a weekend getaway, you can get an Airbnb right there and enjoying all the amenities that are right there. Being here my entire life, seeing what we've had to sacrifice as a community for these amenities, we have to remind ourselves, what is it that we're giving up here? And if you grew up here, you know exactly what we've given up here. For miles, you'd be able to see just beautiful, pristine farmland that, well, you know what? The river park was built on the backs of those workers who then in turn invested in their communities, which the tax base was here that was able to help with the river park. And my goodness, what are we really doing here? Well, what we're doing is, if we approve this, we're releasing any type of community ability to say what they want done with this area. Okay, so all of my fellow trades members here, who I am extremely proud have been on this call tonight, well represented. They have all said it best. They can't say it. I can't say it any better than they have. So I'm coming to you just as a local, to the bone. Medranos, Tirados, Marquezes, Villalobos, those are my family. They were born and raised here. We know what we've sacrificed over time to see
30
progress.
seconds left.
So now you have the opportunity to make sure that we do have progress, but in a sustainable manner. Please vote no on here. And don't forget the trades. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano, for your comments. We'll move to our next person, Anthony Ventura.
Good evening, planning commissioners and fellow residents. My name is Anthony Ventura. I'm a member of Carpenters Local 805, representing close to 2,000 members and their families in our area. As a resident that lives within a few miles and shops at the collection, with this new development being proposed is not feasible in such a tight location as it is. The traffic congestion is already heavy. With more housing, this will only impact local residents who live in the area and back up traffic in and around the area. I strongly believe that Shea knows that we have a housing shortage, and they're exploiting this by trying to push this development through, bringing in outside contractors and workers that do not pay a livable wage, and just doesn't seem to care that this doesn't invest in our community, and I cannot support this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura, for your comments. We'll move to our next speaker. And I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Manly McNitch.
You did excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you for your time. I've been here listening to the meeting and all the folks speaking and everything tonight. And first thing that comes to my mind is got a lot of angry voters right here that really don't want to see all this change coming into their area. And it's all coming in at the cost of to people enjoyable life around their area. But to the people that are behind pushing Shay, that drive Shay, looks to me like they're a bunch of greedy people trying to get that bottom line built up. They don't care what goes on in that neighborhood over there. They don't live there. They're not from that area. And so it's not going to affect them. It's going to affect everyone that's been talking tonight. It's going to affect them greatly. And you start seeing people wanting to come in at the end, near the end of something and start changing the rules. That's usually somebody's wanting to cheat or been cheating all along, just don't want to lose that ability to keep cheating. So I'd strongly recommend that you vote no on this miscarriage of justice in the neighborhood, and don't let Shay put their greed in this neighborhood. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move to our next speaker, phone number ending in 0053. 0053.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Rich Nide. I'm the business representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. We cover the Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. I am basically calling in tonight to show that I do not support the project at hand. As stakeholders of the great city of Oxnard, I feel like this is not a good approach to bring in a need that is needed. Housing is an issue, but again, I'm siding on with the majority of the callers tonight not to go through with this project. It just doesn't make sense. Let's be honest. River Park is a gem within the city of Oxnard. This would just detriment that and basically throw dirt over that gem, so to speak. It just doesn't work. I would like to see this stay on the project labor agreement. Currently there is a lot of wage theft within the county, and most of the trades industries, most contractors play by the rules, but we need effective checks and balances in place when it comes to compliance. And without that PLA in hand, there is no compliance. There are no checks and balances. So I ask that it to remain, not to go through with this proposed project. And again, it supports the local workforce. And to be honest, in the state of California, about 90% of all construction apprentices are enrolled into a union. So ultimately, it's the unions who are training the workforce of tomorrow. And if this PLA does not remain, we don't have any grounds for future hours for our membership to basically reside and live and support a family. It just doesn't work, again, without those checks and balances in place.
30 seconds
So I
left.
would like you, I would hope that project does not move forward and your vote is no. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, we'll go ahead and move into a 3-minute time period for AB 361 to allow any additional members of the public to provide comments on this item. This is item F2, River Park Specific Plan Amendment and Development Agreement Amendment. If you are currently on the call and wish to speak and have not already spoken on this item, you may use the raise hand feature to do so and you will be called on. Again, members of the public wishing to participate, you can view the information on the bottom of their screen for the call-in number, meeting ID, as well as the passcode.
And Chair Chavez, this is Scott Kolbitz in the chambers. We did want to remind the Planning Commission that we received a transmittal memo. Joe Pearson is at the lectern and could announce, share with the Planning Commission and the members of the public at large of what those comments were in summary fashion. So we would like to do that while the 3 minutes are going, clicking right now.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Chair Chavez and commissioners, again, just to kind of run through these quickly. We did receive 8 comments in total prior to the meeting. 6 of those were included in the transmittal memo that have been posted online. And then the other 2 will also be posted online as well. But just to kind of read them in for the record, received 1 comment from Mitchell Ty. On behalf of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, the summary is that the city should consider utilizing skilled and trained workforce policy and requirements to benefit the local area economically and mitigate greenhouse gas, air quality, and transportation impacts. We received a comment letter from Randy Whitmer in opposition to the item F2. And again, identifying that the project would not be beneficial to the skilled and trained labor in the local community, and to keep the protection in place for their skilled trade in the community and the unskilled, underpaid labor from outside the city and county out. This is on behalf of the Iron Local 416. There is a comment submitted by Max Guinness. This comment was in favor of the proposed project and identified that the project should be approved and that Oxnard is in dire need of more homes to ease affordability and preserve the environment and support population growth, and that density in the River Park area is an ideal approach for that. And then a similar letter was submitted by Mindy Greenberg, again in favor of the proposed project. Again, identifying the dire need of homes to help ease affordability and preserve the environment. And also identifying that the pandemic has pushed for more retail online and therefore the need for less commercial space. And we also received a comment from Christopher Toll. And he writes that he is a resident of the River Park neighborhood and is writing to support the additional residential development in the area and would welcome more neighbors to help contribute to the vitality of the neighborhood and local businesses. And we also received a letter from Jay Turner identifying that he is a resident and is not in support of the proposed project, and identifies issues with traffic in the morning and afternoon related to Ventura Road and the Oxnard Boulevard exits from Highway 101. And the 2 letters which we received, which again are not part of that transmittal memo, but will be added following the meeting, is the first letter is from Randy Rodriguez, again to oppose the River Park amendments, and would like to see local contractors doing local jobs, and wants to see the revenue a contractor gets ultimately going back to the community that they live in. And then the last comment that we received was from Joseph Arnold. Again, not against the proposed project, and identifies that they are a union member for 22 years and a citizen of Ventura County. And it would be beneficial to have a union on this project because they are skilled and trained per craft. And that's, again, just a quick summary of the comments that we received. And again, these will be posted on the city's website.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. I did see that we had 2 additional individuals request to speak. We'll start with Bob, and I apologize, Launis.
You hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
No. Yes. Okay, very briefly, I'm here to speak later in the meeting, but as a 31-year professional firefighter who spent 3 years in the fire prevention department, working with Disney, various entertainment executives in their buildings, their resources for their employees and so forth. All the union contractors I ever worked with never had a life safety hazard in my history of being in the department. When you have low wage, people who are just there to make a buck, they're in your community to make whatever they can. They're busing employees in from other areas. They had huge amounts of life safety hazards. And that's something to consider when the bottom line comes back in a liability lawsuit that the city approved a building or an added building, perhaps in a flooded area or a flood control area, they may come back to bite them 10 years down the line. The non-union company will be long out of business. The city of Oxnard and its residents will always be here to pick up any funds that are given in a lawsuit. So it's something for you guys to consider. When you have a union operation, it's done correctly. It's done correctly the first time. There's no comeback. There's no repeats. There's no problem whatsoever. And that's why they're union. They're trained to do it right the first time. So just give my professional knowledge on this. I appreciate what you guys are doing, but understand that every union trade, they're the top of their game. You're bringing people into my city that are not. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move to our next speaker, phone number ending in 7411, 7411.
On?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Caller, can you hear me?
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Martin Rodriguez. I'm an iron worker, local 433. And I'm definitely a no on this. I live here in the area. I experience traffic coming out of this collection. I love it. Go visit there, but I understand the residents that live there also have issues out of there. It's built to capacity with residential units. We need more housing, but it's not right there. You know, I'm definitely a no on this. It's bad enough it's being proposed by an unscrupulous contractor like Shea. But there's right now, the way it is, there's many opportunities for the local working people area, keeping it owned as is, but very few if the zoning has changed to residential. Any changes moving forward should encompass effective workforces, and it should also have a agreement to address the fire and safety in the area as well. So we have a lot of build out in the area, and I get it. And mentioned before, we have no problem with workers from anywhere, but if you're going to be working and building in this community, you should have a local You do already have a local workforce. You don't need to bring them in from San Bernardino. Fire ages. Mentioned before, one only put a hard hat on, safety glasses and vest, and go over to the wagon wheel. One over there is in San Bernardino River. Project in Ventura County, same way. If it does not have a collective workforce, just think about this. Like I said, I'm definitely a no on this. We need to look at it long and hard. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate all you do.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Secretary, just to confirm, those were the only 2 additional speakers, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. At this time, Commission, I'd actually like to have the applicant team respond for a time of 5 minutes, and then we'll move to our commission for questions and any deliberations that they may have. Ms. Walsh, I do see your hand. You'll have 5 minutes time to respond. I know it's a lot to digest, but 5 minutes. Thank you. And you're actually on mute.
Sure, this time. So I wanted to start off by thanking everybody for their comments, but I also very much want to address several of the comments straight out of the gate. There's a lot of assumptions being made right now about the type of construction or contractors who we would work with. I think it's important to remember that the collection at River Park is it's a quality project. I think we can all agree on that. We are involved in the PLA. We have always used local union work. If we could have finished the remaining sites as commercial, meaning districts B and district C, absolutely, we would have definitely done that. 20 years later, we're still waiting for that opportunity. So we're not trying to, as someone mentioned, greedy people coming in at the end and changing. It's very important to remember Shea Properties took a financial stake in River Park and specifically in the collection out of their own pockets right when the recession hit. The only reason that we have the collection, the only reason we have the amenities that we are all so proud of and attached to is because of Shea's financial commitment. Shea made additional commitments in bringing in this fabulous art program. We continue to work diligently to bring commercial to the collection. That's absolutely not off the table, nor should anyone consider it to be. We love the amenities. The purpose for the request as it relates to the collection is to keep the amenities we have safe and protected. Now to the conversation, again, I've already mentioned the subcar work, but the Shea Properties is investing in the community. They're not taking from the community. This request is actually to create a sustainable overall project, sustainability being the key here. We are not wagon wheel. I can't speak to how they pick their contractors, and it's not fair to put that out into the minds of everyone. We are our own individual company. We do our own work, and we've proven to be a terrific partner with the city of Oxnard and with the residents of Oxnard. And taking it a step further, some of you already know that I have been a River Park resident since 2009. Now, I did move approximately 4 months ago, but that doesn't take away my desire to make this a community that can coexist with this proposed additional use. And also remember that in order to bring in any of the residential that we're discussing, there would be an offset of 562,000 commercial, not commercial that is built today. This is commercial that hasn't been built. If we get lucky and we can build the commercial and we add that 562,000 and sprinkle it around the commercial sites, what you're going to have is additional trips, the trips that we're talking about today that are concerning people. They're already entitled. By reducing and changing over to the residential component, you're actually reducing your overall trips by 9,309 trips per day. So what we're trying to say is These sites haven't been developed because there's nothing to develop them with. If they could be developed, and we want them to be developed, but we haven't seen that traction. If they could be developed, you'd be looking at plus 10,000 trips a day. So there's two ways to look at this, and we need to be very clear. But most importantly, I want to make sure that we all are on the same page that Shea Properties is not Wagon Wheel. Shea Properties is not Shea Homes. Shea Properties has made a financial commitment to the community of River Park and to the city of Oxnard. And that's really very important. Shea Properties has provided quality projects throughout. And the speaking to subpar work and busing people in, I don't know that that has any place in our discussions today. The only other thing I wanted to talk about is sacrificing for amenities. We're not removing amenities. We're trying to protect the amenities. It's exactly what we're trying to do here. Let's keep the Bolero in place. Let's keep the cinema in place. Let's keep the restaurants in place. That's the goal. That's the biggest part of the request here, is to keep those things safe. And that is all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh, for your comments. Commissioners, any questions or comments at this time for either Commissioner Meyer? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I think I want to start as far as questions with a question to staff around the just some clarity around what our commission can address with regard to the questions here. You know, I myself clearly hear the call for local skilled labor doing the work, for union skilled workers to do the work, and that this switch takes it from commercial work that was going to be done in part by the unions and local workforces to work that is not. And so I'm curious as to, can we as a commission put forward any kind of recommendations, or given, you know, this is a dramatic shift from commercial to residential zoning that we're talking about here. So what do we have within our scope to say to push forward the need for requirements for local skilled labor force doing the work?
Chavez, this is Scott Kolwitz in the chambers. I'm happy to jump in here. I will address that question point blank, but I want to take one quick step back as well, as we heard members of the public provide comments. Couple things leading in. First and foremost, there were some comments made during the public comment speakers about impacts relative to utilities and transportation and those type of real world experiences. We just wanted to remind the commission and inform the public that we did craft what's called a consistency analysis with the original environmental impact report. And if the proposal to swap out all of the commercial to residential would go through, what we ultimately found was that utilities would be able to support the residential development in lieu of the commercial. If we didn't swap it out, there's still the utilities to support the commercial that's already entitled, as Ms. Walsh had replied. So the big difference that we saw was in terms of traffic. If we switched from commercial to residential, there would be approximately 9,000 trips on an average daily trips with that transition. So we wanted to share that with the commission. Second thing is we wanted to also remind the commission that the decision that has been brought back before the whole of the commission is to amend the specific plan per the PC's last direction was to remove District D from the specific plan, as well as make a modification to the development agreement itself. With those two pieces, wanted to answer Commissioner Meyer's question directly. Typically, the planning commission would not be able to make any comments about project labor agreements or things of that nature. However, as you may recall, at our December 16th meeting, as we were reviewing the the 4 development agreement, your motion on that one did include a recommendation to council. And that recommendation was recommend the city council require a project labor agreement as part of the development agreement. So that's to respond to Commissioner Meyer point blank in terms of your question. And with that, staff is available to the commission if you have any additional questions at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Kolowitz.
Any additional questions, Commissioner Meyer?
For staff, no, none at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. Chair, so we will still have deliberations after this round of questions, correct?
Yes, so I'm just kind of using this time to just group it all together, questions and deliberations, because we've already took the public testimony on this item.
Well, I really just have one question for staff, but I would like to add some additional deliberative comments at a later point.
That's fine.
Mr. Kolowitz, I want to refer to our Bible, if you will, which is the 2030 general plan. And I've read it, numerous times, and I assume this would probably be in the community development section, but there are really no goals and policies that would, mandate us having project labor agreements or prevailing wages or local hire of tradespeople. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Commissioner Nash, that is correct. It's not typical to find anything like this within a planning document. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, and that would be the second part of my question. You are not aware of any general plans which incorporate that type of those types of policies?
I am not familiar with any.
But it is potentially possible if the political will is there and community support, which is that's a rhetorical question and you don't have to answer. But I thank you for your response, and that's all for now, Chair Chavez. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Commissioner Connolly.
I think I'm going to kind of reiterate what Commissioner Nash asked. I don't have any questions, but I do have comments. Chair, is this the time for that?
Yes, you can use this as a time.
Perfect. I just want to thank the applicant, of course, for our lengthy conversation last time. And then I really, truly want to thank the public for stepping up and really being involved in this conversation, because this is what makes us make a better educated and thorough decision when we have so much public comment. So even though we're going to go long, probably, I really, really do appreciate everyone's comments and taking the time out of their day to participate, because I know it's a process. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Connolly. Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I have no questions. I'm going to use this time for deliberative comments. In general, it seems that a very true compromise could be made here, although it's probably not for us Planning Commission to decide. Although it would be great if City Council could in the future, whenever a true project with developments is put forward, but a true mixed-use development with commercial on the first and second floor, or possibly second floor and residential on top. I believe that would allay the concerns of everyone in regards to parking, traffic, housing, commercial, economy. But obviously that's not for us, and I put that out forth in case it will be considered more thoroughly in the future. In regards to the motion at hand, at this time, I do believe that because of the amendment that was made by, I believe it was Commissioner Connolly in removing District D, I believe that this recommendation put forward to us at this meeting is more closely in line with what the residents would like, both in River Park and in the city at large. And so at this time, if there are no other comments, that would probably be my position. And that's all for now. Thank you, Chair Chavez.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rejo. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The question I have is has to do with something similar to Vice Arejo. Has to do with just out of curiosity, what is already expected to be built in that area. But then there's talk about super high rise and what have you. With what is already on the docket, what would be the time frame to have it all built out? Because I don't think we're going to want to have patches of just dirt for 5-10 years and what have you. So just out of curiosity, what is the time frame for what is already expected to be built in the near future?
Chair Chavez, this is Scott Kolbitz. We would like to invite Ann Walsh to speak about any sort of timelines. And Ann has raised her hand already.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Walsh.
Thank you. It's a loaded question, actually, because I can tell you, I'm going to piece this apart by districts. District B could be imminent. District B, as a reminder, is the district closest to Ventura Road at Highway 101. District C is unknown, but let's say 2 years. Let's say 2 to 3 years. District D is not something I'm going to give you a timeline on because it's not something that we're actually, at this time, we're not planning to build it, if you understand what I'm saying. It's an option for the future, so we don't have to go through this again in terms of like it took 2 years to get to this place. If things go south in 3 years or 4 years, we wouldn't want to have to spin our wheels, and I don't think the city would either, and have to try to move this through again. So I would suggest there would be no changes at the collection anytime in the near future, to my knowledge at all. District C, 2 to 3 years, and District B imminently.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
I have a question, and it's more clarification. I know our last meeting ran a little long and late, but at our last meeting on December 16th, the second item that we heard was for one of these parcels, correct?
Commissioner Dr. Lopez, yes, that is correct. The second item was related to District B.
B, okay.
The one on by Ventura Road.
Okay. And so for clarification, the recommendation today would be to move forward with what is B and C, which B of which we approved last time, correct?
Commissioner Levitt, so it's different. What was before the commission last time was the development agreement amendments. What's before the commission today is the specific plan amendment, which would actually allow for the additional residential there. So it's related to the same piece of property, but it is two separate actions.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and I get that it's a lot, and I'm sure my facial expressions are a little bit puzzling and confusing, but that's the nature of what this project is. I think just in terms of comments at this time, I like to reiterate and echo some of the comments made by Commissioner Connolly and others, principally certainly thanking the applicant, and then everybody who has taken time out of their evening today to join us and chime in. It's been a long road to get here. I think last time I had asked about the community workforce agreements and the PLA that was drafted 20 years ago, and if that would be honored or extended into any potential, development, whether it's, of the residential switching from commercial to residential, and we were told that it would, correct?
Commissioner Lopez, this is Scott Kolbitz. So the PLA that's out there today is between the developer and the unions, is the way that we understand it. It's not between the city and Shea Properties.
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
That agreement that's out there today is between the developer and at least one union. It's not between the city and the developer.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's no proposal to change that at this point in time.
And so what does that mean?
So the request that's before the Planning Commission today is twofold. One is the specific plan amendment, which Joe mentioned, and that's essentially to change the land use, the land uses that would allow either commercial or residential in districts B, C, and D. And then there's the development agreement. And the development agreement essentially is a negotiated contract between the city and the developer, where we're looking at extending certain fees, if you will, into the future. That's primarily what the DA is about.
Okay. And then for Chair Chavez, are we going to have another round of deliberation, or were you collapsing it to not have the next one?
If the commission wishes to make additional comments, by all means, I'll honor that, but I was just condensing it to right now.
Okay. I'm collecting my thoughts, so I'll go ahead and yield, and I'll wait for a second round and be happy to start the second round if no one else has any further comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez. Commissioner Nash. Commissioner Nash, you're on mute.
Happy 2022. So I'm ready to make my deliberative comments if the commission has asked all of their questions. I know you haven't.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I wrote some comments down, and it's kind of an overview of the River Park specific plan and what we're looking at tonight. So I think that this matter would have been better handled as an administrative issue by the community development director. The River Park specific plan has already been approved, so any changes should have gone this route. The city council has made it clear numerous times that they wish to keep the impact fees the same as they were in the original agreements. And if you look at resolution number 2022-XX and ordinance 2605, numbers 3 and 5, you'll see what I'm talking about. During the time of this development agreement, we've experienced 3 once in a lifetime events. The Great Recession, the near absolute annihilation of brick and mortar retail due to online shopping, and of course the coronavirus. I do believe we owe it to our business partners to be flexible and understanding in how we decide the regulatory and legislative fate of their longstanding and ongoing projects that have already been approved. The River Park specific plan in its original iteration was a beautiful vision, and I recommend that we all revisit that and look at what the original vision was. It was a vision that was sold to its residents, but soon succumbed to the realities of the marketplace. Reading the original River Park specific plan, I saw a lake in the gravel pits that can never be because there is a hydrological connection to the aquifer, and so you cannot have standing water in the basins. I saw a pedestrian and bicycle connection to the Santa Clara River Preserve and its levee system that is far in the future, if ever, because of constraints imposed by the Watershed Protection District and funding realities. I saw a true urban village where residents could walk to their jobs and fulfill their shopping needs. That is less than what we were promised in the specific plan. If we had had the bandwidth to adapt to changing circumstances, perhaps this plan might have been realized. Despite all of the obstacles, maybe a new civic center could have replaced the retail component, but for whatever reasons, what we have is what we have. Let's not forget River Park is still a beautiful community and an asset to the city, but we should keep in mind that all of the amendments and revisions granted so far have benefited the developer, not the residents. I still think there are serious problems with the mitigation of what I consider to be significant impacts. The experts say no problem, and so I will go along reluctantly with their analysis. I support staff's recommendation in this matter, and I thank our chairperson for granting me the opportunity to speak. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash, for your comments. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. So I will continue with deliberation following Commissioner Nash. So I want to preface this by saying that I am a resident of Oxnard and Port Hueneme for 23 plus years. So I have a great stake here. I'm also the commissioner that lives in the River Park, and I've lived here for over 6 years. So I have a very good sense of what the experience of life is like here. I think that one of the challenges for both myself and then for the callers is understanding that we're not choosing between our experience of the conditions as they stand right now and the experience of residential zoning. We're choosing between our experience of the conditions here plus the commercial that was planned to go into these areas versus instead having residential there. So that's why the analyses that are discussed are saying we're not going to have more drain on utilities, we're not going to have more traffic, because they're comparing it to a future that would have had the commercial. And so in some ways there's some level to me of it's a bit disingenuous and confusing, because as was laid out very clearly by Shea Properties in the presentation, there is not a future that we can foresee that there will be successful commercial in these properties, in these areas under discussion. So instead of going in that direction, which is not going to be a direction that can be viewed as possible or promising, we're looking at making a shift to much needed residential in those areas instead. So it will absolutely create more traffic than what we experience now. And that's without question. And I think that's maybe a point of misunderstanding for some of the callers is what we're comparing to. I think it's a challenge. It's a concern that the local skilled labor and union workforces lose out when we switch from commercial zoning to residential zoning. And I think I see that as quite unfair. And I think it's a loss for our local workforce. So I understand the limitations of what we can do here. And I'll put forward that I would like to see the same recommendation go along with our decision as we move this forward to the city council to have a project labor agreement and require local workforce. So that said, I fully understand the need for the shift. It was explained very well in our previous meeting on this topic. So I think framing it for folks, especially people who are younger, even myself, I was born and raised after the rise of the unions and before the unions had the major impact they did in earlier generations in creating 40-hour work weeks and weekends and time off and sick leave and all of the things that we take for granted. And I think we're in a time now where that's beginning to be more appreciated in certain sectors, with many large employers that have abused employees and have been taken anti-union tactics are now being now having to address stronger union support and efforts in that regard by their workers that are becoming increasingly successful. So for me, it's important to honor and support our local workforce, the value that it brings, good jobs, good wages, money staying within our community, circulating within the city of Oxnard and the surroundings. Those are all very important values and economically critical to the success of Oxnard. So with that, while we do not have the power to require a project labor agreement, we can make that recommendation as Mr. Colwitt said, and that's what I support and would ask that we include in our motion. And with that said, I do support the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Any additional comments or questions from the commission? Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. You know, actually, in regards to the recommended motions, I realized that my amendment that I proposed back in December to remove amendment requests 2 and 7 in regards to part B of the recommendation, that it did not receive a majority. And that is actually, I would have liked for that to have passed through, because I do believe that the city was a little bit too lenient in regards to those requirements or those specific points. And so, but not seeing a majority for the Planning Commission, I stand to approve both recommended actions put before it by the Planning Commission. And in regards to Commissioner Meyer, I would be in support of an amendment in regards to recommend using or requiring a labor agreement. I will say that the topic of a labor agreement has been brought up many times, and I believe that at a future meeting that we should have it as a topic to have some type of formal action by City Council, because we talk about it a lot, and I believe that the City Council should have some formal opinion ordinance to give us a little bit more direction, where we're trying to figure out if we should, if we do, if we could or should have it. And it seems that there's at least a majority in regards to having it most of the time, if not all of the time. And I think it would just remove a lot of ambiguity in regards to the Planning Commission, given already comments in the past that we're unsure or we're just recommending. It seems like it always goes up to the City Council. We should have that. I'm not going to propose it right now or at this meeting probably, but I think at a future, I would be in support of that motion to have it as a specific topic and to have that ask the direction from City Council. That's all my comments. Thank you very much, Chair Chavez.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
You know, I feel like it's a, you know, a little bit of a, well, it's complicated, right? And so I'm reluctantly collecting my thoughts and forming my opinions as we speak and deliberate in real time. You know, I have to say and express, you know, a deep frustration and just disappointment of the situation of us being, you know, here today. But it was, you know, in large part, you know, because of the challenges that, you know, we've had. I think Commissioner Nash mentioned these once in a lifetime, hopefully, you know, situations, phenomenons, the recession, the recovery, how it stalled everything. Now the pandemic, we've seen just a growth in inequality. We've seen growth, in frankly put, I mean, the world we're living in today is not the world we were living in 20 years ago. And so, I know that public engagement was a little bit challenged because of the pandemic. On one end, I believe during the presentation or at our December 16th meeting, we were informed that the community workshop that did take place was 5 or 6 months into the pandemic, which would have been August, September of 2020 even. And so, and not to put that on the city, not to put that on the applicant, surely, I think there's challenges and responsibility that falls on everyone, including the residents who have taken an interest and made the investment, whether it was in the purchase of property or whatnot. I think some of the comments that were made perhaps were unfair. And the reason I say that is I also look back, at what some of the folks, the residents here in Oxnard and in River Park who did buy in and who did move into the River Park community. Maybe at times they were able to buy a home for $200,000-$300,000 during the economic downturn. You look at now and you can't find a single family, home, certainly for sale, less than 600. It's even hard to find one for 700 in River Park. They tend to be into the 800s and some into the 900s even. So, from another perspective, I'd like to look at it and recognize, the wealth that the Shea Properties was able to bring for residents. Many, first generation home buyers and younger families who now, have, grown their investment and sitting on, six-figure, equity. And so I'm looking at it from that perspective also. I think that there are some gaps clearly between the residents, between the neighbors, between the community and this proposal at this time. And that's where, I feel like, is there a possible viable solution? Yes, I appreciate the ideas that have been put forth by some of the commissioners tonight at different points. The idea that Vice Chair Rejo mentioned earlier about perhaps the mixed use, commercial on the bottom, build up, residential, and that perhaps getting us towards a sweet spot. And I know that's not what we are looking at right now. Again, right now, as I understand, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, it's simply to consider the opportunity to explore, developing something viable, for all parties. Certainly the developer who's continuing an investment, who never gave up on the city, and certainly didn't turn their backs on those folks who bought in and made early investments. But then also for the community at large, let's recognize River Park for what it's grown to be, and that's certainly one of the jewels of our city. It certainly put our city on the map for folks. It certainly now, I think has grown to cause people who would have just, flown by on the 101, whether they were traveling north or south, to at least look at what is there now. And so, I go back to where I began and just say I'm a little disappointed and frustrated with how it's arrived to us now, and certainly do appreciate the comments from the public, from the labor groups, from the applicant who clarified some points for us tonight, and certainly the deep deliberation and thought and consideration and conversation that the commissioners are sharing for all of us. And so just wanted to express those sentiments and those feelings as I, weigh everything for us. Something that Commissioner Conley mentioned last time was, really like the possibility of some of these plots remaining dirt lots and who wins with a dirt lot. At the same time, hearing the concerns of residents, of the narrow routes or some of the challenges given some of the density, but it's the density that keeps the commercial thriving. We look at other areas of town, whether it's downtown or other parts, and one of the reasons that they have a primary challenge with being sustainable business is that they don't have the density of homes, of families, of individuals, of working professionals, of working people to support. And so there's gaps that I wish were more narrow. There's certainly parts that I wish were a little bit more clear and concise. And so, just thank you all for your time, your comments, your insights, your suggestions, and I certainly look forward to seeing what my colleagues propose as we continue to really advance the best interest of our community, of our city, and really continue to travel down this road of making it a sustainable but certainly thriving community that we can all be proud of. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez. Commissioner Connolly.
Chair, would you like to speak before I make my final comments, or I'm good?
Go ahead. I'll speak after.
I wanted to thank, I took so many notes on what Commissioner Nash said, what Vice Chair Rejo said, and then what Commissioner Dr. Lopez said. And I agree with almost all of that. And in conclusion, I think that it's still not a perfect plan. And with that said, I do oppose the recommendation to staff going forward. I think that we can come up with something that's going to make a lot more sense. And I think through our conversation last time and then our conversation this evening, we're still not there yet. Even though everyone had so many amazing points, I don't think we're there yet. And so I just want to make my final comments on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Connolly. Any additional comments from the commission? I'll just give my comments. 5,367. That's the number of new residents to Council District number 2, which River Park lies in. And we all know that many of those housing units are in the River Park or the Wagon Wheel area. We had roughly around 26 people speak against any proposal for amending the specific plan for River Park. A lot of the trades members and a lot of their concerns were overbuilding. We had a couple say that we need the housing in order to meet RENA numbers, which we as commissioners are all aware that we need to meet. It's an obligation. It's not whether we like it or not, it's an obligation by each community throughout the state. In 2016, I made a comment in part that says that we could build our way out of a housing crisis. Because I strongly believe that there is a way in order to address the housing crisis that we have in our state, to reduce the amount of costs on our residents. The thought that a single bedroom apartment can cost you upwards of $2,200 a month is ridiculous. But I also believe that when we have housing, you need to be able to provide services and jobs for these individuals. The idea that the River Park was sold a certain way of saying you would have X number of open spaces for parks. It exceeds the requirements for parks. The X number of square footage for retail space and an X number of square footage for residential. A lot of these residents bought into that idea. And over time, it has changed. We're already at the 6th and 7th amendments of the specific plan for River Park. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission doesn't have a say on the specific projects that go into these parcels. That's done by the Community Development Director. We are the one that just decides on the land use. It was also said that we don't really have a say or enforcement on putting those labor agreements in place. And I agree with our vice chair that that is something that is always coming up, not only on the Planning Commission, but on city councils, on board of supervisors, in Congress. They're always talking about it, but yet nothing really transpires from it. We talk about that we want livable wages for our people, but nothing ever seems to come out from it. I share the same concerns with many of the residents that live within the River Park or live within the Oxnard community. We have lost a lot. We definitely lost a lot. We lost a lot of recreational, even though that we have the largest youth population in the county. More families are in Oxnard, but yet they don't have places to take their children. Where we have one of the largest low to very low income families in Ventura County. And the only places that we have is the beach. No fancy trips to go on vacation. I don't believe that this project is appropriate. I understand what Ms. Walsh was saying, that it's a process to get to this point in order to make an amendment or a change to the land use. But I don't agree with putting my name attached or my vote attached to something of a what if scenario. Allowing this in essentially a blank check that they can do whatever they want is wrong, and I don't agree with it. So I don't agree with either recommendations, the original or the second recommendation that is being put before us. And I would actually like to, my opinion, this is not a motion because I want to hear more comments, but I would actually like to just deny the entire thing and move on to our next item. But that is just my comments, not a motion, because I don't believe that this is an appropriate time. It was said that there is no commercial development, but in Woodland Hills, the Westfield Topanga Mall, they're building more commercial space to house more tenants. Just 4 years ago, Westfield Topanga Mall opened the Village that had another, I believe it was 10 commercial spaces. So the opportunities are there. And I actually will stop there with my comments. Commissioners, any additional comments or questions or motions? Vice Chair Reckel.
Thank you, Chair. I've already gone through my 2 rounds of deliberative questions or comments. I will start and make the motion to adopt Resolution 2022 XX recommending city council approval of planning and zoning permit number 20-630-01 and to remove the residential very high land use from District D of the River Park specific plan amendment, and adopt resolution 2022-XX recommending city council approval of planning and zoning permit number 20-670-04 for the River Park specific plan subject to certain findings and certification of an addendum to FEIR number 00-03.
Motion has been put forth by Vice Chair. Is there a second on that motion? Commissioner Connolly.
I'll second to get the conversation started. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any deliberation on the motion? Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. At this point, I'm wanting some clarification on how we include the recommendation for the project labor agreement. So that would be a question to staff.
Commissioner Meyer, to do that, there would be an amended motion. And the amended motion essentially, look for my language really quick, would simply be to amend the second portion of the motion and recommend City Council require a project labor agreement as part of the development agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Kolwitz. And so with a motion already on the floor and seconded, how do we proceed with adding an amendment? At what point in time? Is it now? How does that work?
Yes, the point in time would be now. It would need to get a second, and then it would have its own deliberations, and then eventually a motion, a vote would be taken on that motion, the amended motion, and then we would revert to the original motion.
Great. Okay. So in that case, then I would like to make an amendment to the motion to include a recommendation that the City Council require a project labor agreement with this project.
Secondary motion has been put forth by Commissioner Meyer. Is there a second? Vice Chair Rejo.
I second, Chair.
It's been moved and seconded to add additional language that it's a recommendation to the City Council that the labor agreement be put in. Is there any deliberation on that motion? Commissioner Connolly.
As Ms. Walsh stated previously, just for clarification, there was a PLA with the commercial agreement at River Park that wouldn't transfer to a residential agreement, correct?
Commissioner Conley, as we understand it, that is correct. Again, that agreement is not between the city and the developer. It's the developer, it's their own agreement with a union that's out there.
Thank you. And just for clarification, who's the developer?
Shea Properties.
So how is the developer different than the applicant?
Well, yeah, Shea Properties is essentially, or is the applicant for the specific plan amendment that's before us today and the development agreement today.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Any additional deliberations on the secondary motion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call on the secondary motion?
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash.
I did see where Ms. Walsh had her hand up. I don't know if she wanted to make a comment or if it's too late, but my vote is aye.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Chavez,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. We'll now return back to the main motion with the amendment Any further discussions? Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I believe the amended motion should be sufficient for my fellow planning commissioners in allaying their concerns in regards to at least requiring a union in regards to a possible residential project in the future in these District B and C. And so at this time, with the amended motion before us, I am in support or in favor of approving it, and I encourage my fellow commissioners to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Connolly.
I hate to drag this on for longer than it should be, but I encourage the applicant to resubmit their application or their proposal, whatever the terms may be, under different terms, because as even with our amendment that we just agreed upon, I still can't support this project. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions from the committee or any further deliberation on the motion? Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. Given the comments from my fellow commissioners and in an effort to still get some type of approval, whatever the recommendation may finally be, I believe that more information or just more time is needed to digest this information. And at this time, I move to postpone consideration of this hearing until the first regularly scheduled meeting of February.
Is that a motion, Commissioner Vice Chair?
It is, Chair Chavez.
Thank you. Motion has been put before the commission to continue this item to the first regular meeting in February. Is there a second on that motion? Commissioner Nash?
Thank you, Chair. Does Vice Chair need to withdraw his original motion?
Vice Chair, I look to you as the parliamentary.
Thank you, Chair. If you do not see a second, then it falls to the floor as if it hadn't been made in the first place. So I wait for your decision on that, and I'm sure Commissioner Nash will have other comments. Thank you.
Is there a second on Vice Chair Rejo's motion to postpone this item to the first regular meeting in February? Seeing and hearing none, the motion fails due to a lack of a second. We return back to the main motion with the amendment. Is there any further deliberations? Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's appropriate for me to make a comment about how we find a way to provide the housing that is put forth by the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. If we don't approve projects such as was proposed for Site D, it really kind of befuddles me as to where we would build this housing. It has to be, due to the constraints of SOAR, it has to be high density housing. That's the only way we will be able to provide the numbers of residential units that we're being asked to provide. So I just want to throw that out there and say if not here, where, if not now, when. I'm not trying to be trite or anything, but I think those are valid questions that we each need to ask ourselves. Thank you for the time, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Commissioner Nash, at first I was in support of adding D into the residential, and then I had discussions with several fellow residents and came to better understand the challenges of residents who live near D. It's been acknowledged that the parking situation there is suboptimal, and I think was to a degree a failure of design in terms of finding that it worked out to be inadequate to meet the needs of the residents. And so the residents jockey for position along the street on both sides, and then also spill over into that parking lot just to be able to have parking to meet their basic needs. And of course, as we add more residential, if we move forward with this project, then that's going to exacerbate that to a degree. So I came to really understand that building in D is would be problematic on many levels. And my experience is that the parking that exists in River Park in the commercial areas is quite well used in most circumstances. And once we, knock on wood, move beyond the pandemic, it will once again be thoroughly used for so many of the amenities that are currently underused because of very justifiable pandemic concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Connolly.
I tried to bite my tongue, but I just can't. So on a personal level, I deal with housing every day, and I kind of made a vow to myself that I was never going to oppose more housing in Oxnard because I know that we need it. But with that said, sitting with you guys for the past 9 months, I've seen applications that came in that made a lot more sense on businesses, and then in housing developments that just made sense for the community. And putting so much more in the river bottom in River Park doesn't make sense to me. And it doesn't make sense to the people that I speak to that live in that area. So it's hard for me to oppose more housing, but like I said previously, I'm still going to oppose this because I feel like the applicant or other applicants can really show up with a better plan that's going to make more sense to all residents going forward in blank spaces, or even in those spaces that are used as nothing right now. But I don't think that it's been done in this proposal that we've seen. So like I said, I tried to bite my tongue, but I just couldn't. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Connolly. Any additional questions, comments? I'll just say real quick, so that we don't drag this out any longer, is I can respect the amendment that we have before to try to put a labor agreement. But keep in mind that that's just a recommendation. City Council has the final say over anything that we do. And even then, it would still be just a recommendation to the developer, because the city of Oxnard is not investing money in any of these projects. That's Shay. Shay is the one that is investing the money. So we can go ahead and say that we support union, we support labor, and that we are recommending this, but at the end of the day, nothing can transpire from that. I too side with Commissioner Connolly that I do not believe. Again, my original thought is just to deny it outright. And I don't know what the ramifications would be, seeing how we took action at our December 16th meeting for the District B. But at the same time, I have to think long-term and the effects that it's going to have on the quality of life for residents. And when you have over 20 residents join us this evening and voice their concerns, where you have over 5,000 new residents come in based off of the last census number, and that number is expected to increase because of new housing developments, we have to really think, what type of quality of life are we trying to give to the next generation of Oxnardians? Is it the fact that you'll never have a front or a backyard? That it is now normal for us to stack everyone on top of each other? I agree with what Commissioner Nash said in regards to SOAR. SOAR is in place, and it does tie the hands a lot when it comes to development. And, you know, back in 2016, I supported SOAR. But there's still opportunities out there for development. And I don't support anything that says that we have to take commercial spaces, change it into residential with no balance, because that's really what it is. It's a balancing act. And if there's no services or jobs in order to support those new residents, are we actually addressing the major concerns in our community? Our residents are struggling because of high rents. And if the jobs are not here for them to support themselves or their families, are we setting them up for failure? Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. In light of your comments around the PLA, I did want to see if I can get clarification from staff that if we make this recommendation, if the city council were to agree with that recommendation, does the city council have the power to require a PLA to go along with the approval of this project?
Commissioner Meyer, this is Scott Kolwitz. Thank you. We were going to jump in to give that point of clarification. The answer is yes. The Planning Commission is providing a recommendation to the City Council to include a PLA within the development agreement. If the City Council agrees with that and puts it in the development agreement, then that does have standing. It's enforceable as part of a negotiated contract between the City Council and the developer. So it is an enforceable action.
Thank you, Mr. Kolwitz. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Kolwitz. Vice Chair Rejo.
Chair Chavez, I moved the previous question to end debate and go directly to a vote.
The question has been called for an immediate vote on the motion. Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call?
A point of order, Chair. It needs a second and a 2/3 vote. Then, yeah.
Sorry.
I'll wait if a second comes. Thank you.
Commissioner Connolly.
I was going for the second. I wasn't sure if it was needed, but thank you.
Thank you. Now, Vice Chair, this is a 2/3 vote to end debate, not the actual motion.
Correct, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Can we have a vote to end the debate?
Vice Chair Wejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Chavez,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead and take a vote on the motion before the commission. Is it the recommendation to adopt the resolution 2022-XX recommending that the city council approval of the planning and zoning permit number 20-630-01 amendment to the River Park specific plan and to remove the residential very high land use from District B of the River Park specific plan amendment subject to certain findings and certifications of the addendum to FEIR number 00-03 and adopt the resolution 2022-XX recommending city council approval of planning and zoning permit number 20-670-04 amendment to development agreement number A-6128 for the River Park specific plan subject to certain findings and certifications of the addendum to FEIR number 0003 and for a recommendation to the city council for a PLA.
That is correct. It's for recommending the city council require a project labor agreement as part of the development agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Kolwitz. Madam Secretary, can we have the roll call, please?
Vice Chair Wejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Can I call for a clarification one more time, please?
Yes, and I'll jump in here. Essentially, what the vote is for right now, it's to make a recommendation to the city council to approve the specific plan amendment, which would allow residential development in districts B and C, but not D, and to move forward with the development agreement with a PLA being added as a recommended action to the city council.
Thank you for that, Scott. No.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Chavez,
No.
motion passes.
Okay, so that ends that item, and we'll go ahead and proceed to our next item. Item F3, project name Tacos El Diablo Alcohol Special Use Permit, Planning and Zoning Permit number 21-510-01, Special Use Permit, alcohol located at 509 South C Street. A request for approval of a special use permit to sell beer and wine for on-site consumption. This is an ABC license type 41 at an existing 770 square foot commercial suite within a 2,350 square foot building for an existing restaurant on a 0.16 acre site within downtown core zone. Alcohol sales shall be limited from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. The project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to section 15301, existing facilities, class 1 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. This is filed by Juan Carlos Cortez, business owner, on behalf of the property owner, Donald Rosen. Our city staff person is Randy Bays, associate planner. The recommendation is that the Planning Commission find the project to be categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to the CEQA guidelines, section 15301, existing facilities. Adopt a resolution 2022-XX approving planning and zoning permit number 21-510-01, special use permit alcohol, subject to certain findings and conditions. Once again, as a reminder to my colleagues and the public, pre-recorded presentation is available on the city's YouTube channel in accordance with Measure M. We'll go to our city staff person for any additional comments on this item.
Thank you, Chair Chavez, and good evening, everyone. I do have one comment, and that is that under mutual agreement, staff and the police department have agreed to recommend removal of condition of approval number 46 from the resolution. This resolution states, permittee shall equip each point of sale with a silent robbery alarm that complies with Oxnard City Ordinance number 2601, or develop and implement critical incident protocols that provide an efficient method for alerting police and others to a potential threat without unnecessarily putting the employees at risk. And the applicant is aware of this change and agrees with the change. The reason for this is that the condition is typically applied to convenience stores. But other than that, myself and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation for us tonight or only available for questions?
Only available for questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I'm looking at Section 6 analysis, general discussion. In regards to the license type, is it just standard to, if a license is approved, that it's from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. and not concurrent with the actual operation of the establishment?
Yes, that is correct. I believe the business currently operates from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Yes. Then a follow-up, is there no place in Oxnard that allows it after 9 p.m.? I'm correct. Is that correct? The correct assumption?
It is available after 9 PM at other locations.
Okay, so this applicant didn't request that primarily because they will only operate until 9 PM. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Chair Chavez.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair. To staff, so this particular class of liquor license allows off-site sales or sales of alcohol to leave the premises?
It is meant for on-site sales, but there has been some recent changes to the state alcohol beverage control rules, which allow for people to purchase drinks to go.
Can we can we condition that, can we ask for a condition that prohibits that?
Commissioner Nash, if we could, we do have Scott Swenson that's on the phone with us, and he is our primary lead, if you will, in talking to our applicants. If we can have Scott provide some answers to some of these questions, I think that might be very appropriate in terms of the licenses and what's allowed one way or another.
Well, this would be the appropriate time for him to chime in.
Good evening, commissioners. Having the ability to sell alcohol to go is also connected to the ability to deliver full meals as part of their services. And this is a competitive commercial issue. I don't see a significant policing problem with this.
Okay, thank you for that. I had not considered the delivery aspect, so I'm okay with that, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can add one more comment, any alcohol to go would have to be in sealed containers.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Any additional questions from the commission? Seeing and hearing none, I'll go ahead and open the public testimony for this item. Madam Secretary, just to confirm, we did not have anybody sign up for this item, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and follow AB 361 and have a time for 3 minutes. If the applicant wishes to use those 3 minutes to just provide any comments, you may do so at this time. Otherwise, we will wait the 3 minutes to see if there's any additional speakers.
Hi, my name is Carlos Cortez. I'm the owner of Tacos del Diablo, and I don't have any additional comments. Thank you. Hi, my name is Carlos Cortez. I'm the owner of Tacos del Diablo, and I don't have any additional comments. Thank you. Hi, my name is Carlos Cortez. I'm the owner of Tacos del Diablo, and
Sorry.
Chair Chavez, it's 3 minutes, and I see that Commissioner Hernandez has his hands up.
Sorry about that. Okay, Commissioner Hernandez.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. All right, good evening, commissioners. First, I'd like to start off by saying Happy New Year. I really wish you all a blessed year. And my name is Chris Hernandez. I'm the vice chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council. And I'm calling today in full support of the establishment of Oxnard Holistics in the Oxnard Shores area.
Mr. Hernandez.
Hello?
We're on F3 or Tacos Diablo.
Oh man,
next
I thought
item.
we had moved on. Okay, hold off. Tacos del Diablo, I'm in full support. I've actually been there. You guys have good service. I love the area. I think it's a great spot. And I think this permit would actually ramp up the business for the better, especially right there in the downtowners area. So sorry about getting on the wrong item, but that's my comment. Thank you. I'll be waiting for the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Madam Secretary, just to confirm, we did not have anyone else.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we'll close the public hearing portion. Commissioners, any additional questions or deliberations on this item? If there is none, I'll look for a motion.
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Sanchez. Vice Chair Rejo.
A second.
Second by Vice Chair Rejo. Any deliberations on the motion to find the project to be category exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 5301 existing facilities and adopt a resolution 2022-XX approving planning and zoning permit number 21-510-01 special use permit alcohol subject to certain findings and conditions. Any deliberations? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Secretary, if we can have a roll call.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Huejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Chair Chavez,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you and congratulations to Tacos Diablo. Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. At this time, I'm going to recuse myself. However, if the meeting goes past 11 p.m. and a motion is made to extend, I'll go back in just for that motion if it does go past 11 p.m. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead and move to our next item. After I introduce the item, staff will give a brief comments in regards to the item, and then we will take a recess before moving to the item completely. So for the record, our next item is F4, project name TD Enterprise LLC doing business as Oxnard Holistics, commercial cannabis, business retail, special use permit, planning and zoning permit number 21-516-24 retail located at 1015 Harbor Boulevard. A request to permit the operation of a commercial cannabis retail facility within an existing 1,740 square foot commercial suite of a 17,615 square foot multi-tenant commercial building on a 2.39 acre site within the commercial neighborhood convenience zone. Proposed development includes tenant improvements, installations of interior walls, partitioning, plumbing upgrades, upgrades to an existing fire alarm system, security upgrades to the existing building, and installation of a new secure doors and windows. Cannabis retail operations will be conducted between the hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. This is filed by Christine Byers of 2801 B Street, Unit 161, San Diego. Our city staff person is Jose Coyle, Associate Planner. The recommendation is to find the project to be categorically exempt from the environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301, existing facilities, and adopt the resolution 2022-XX approving planning and zoning permit number 21-516-24, special use permit cannabis retail subject to certain findings and conditions. Once again, as a reminder to my colleagues and the public, a pre-recorded presentation is available on the city's YouTube channel per Measure M. City staff, any additional comments?
Chair Chavez, this is Scott Kolbitz in the chambers. In terms of staff comments, we just want to remind the Planning Commission that we have had 4 different transmittal memos that we have provided to you. The first 3, we were able to post those all online before the meeting began. The 4th one will be sent tomorrow. And in addition to that, we have an interested parties list, if you will, for the Planning Commission agenda. We distributed transmittal memo number 4 to those interested parties as well.
Schools are so stupid.
So the documents have been provided to members of the public, and we'll be able to provide summary comments of those as well. With that, staff would recommend that we actually take a short recess to make sure that the planning commissioners have a chance to refresh their memory of transmittal memos 1 through 3, and to make sure they have a chance to read the comments provided in transmittal memo number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Kolbitz. Commissioner Nash, did you have a quick question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So it's my understanding that we will not have access to all of the comments that have been submitted, that one would actually appear tomorrow. That
No.
seems to be
No.
not very productive for our needs. So my question would be, should we have a motion to continue this item until the full public record can be accessible to the Planning Commission and to the public?
Commissioner Nash, this is Scott Kolbitz. That's not accurate. We have sent the first 3 transmittal memos. We've sent all 4 transmittal memos to the Planning Commission. So you have all of those. The first 3 we were able to post online as part of the agenda packet for tonight's meeting. The 4th one was not included in the agenda packet that's posted online. It will be added tomorrow. In terms of, but we were able to distribute it actually to a wide list of people who asked to get notification of our Planning Commission agendas. We can provide a summary of what those comments are as well. So what I would share with the Planning Commission as well as members of the public, there were essentially 4 broad themes that emerged in the comments that we received. The first one essentially was asking questions about the appropriateness of this location. The theme being, this is a neighborhood shopping center, and what are the impacts to the neighborhood with the proposed use? The second theme had to do with impacts to traffic, and how is this different compared to what the neighborhood shopping center may experience today versus in the future. The third theme had to do with this being a regulated substance, and if it was appropriate in this area. And the 4th theme had to do with crime concerns. What would this do to the neighborhood? But the Planning Commission does have the full record. In addition, The speaker list for tonight for all of our items, including the ones we just had 64 individuals that signed up to speak tonight. We've heard from some of them on the other items, but that's leaving a long list of speakers as well. Collectively, staff would make the recommendation that the Planning Commission holds the hearing tonight, hears these items, hear from the members of the public, and those themes that I've just talked about. Many of the people who submitted letters are signed up to speak to you. So you'll be able to hear a full range of thoughts and comments today on the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Kolowitz. I just called up, looked at the email, and it does include four emails. And it doesn't look like we'll need more than really 5 minutes to go over that. So that would be my recommendation to our chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I accept your recommendation, Commissioner Nash, but unfortunately, I'm gonna actually say that we have a 10-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 9:12. Thank you. Thank you. We are reconvening from our recess. This is the Oxnard Planning Commission special meeting for January 13th, 2022. We are currently on item F4, TD Enterprise LLC doing business as Oxnard Holistics. Staff, is there any additional information that you wish to provide at this time?
Chair Chavez, no, we've already made the comment that we have received and transmitted those 4 transmittal memos. So at this point in time, we are done, but we are here to respond to any questions you may have. The applicant team is with us and they do have a presentation tonight. And then after that, questions for all of us and then on to public comment. Thank you.
Commissioners, if there's no objection, we'll go to the applicant for their presentation and then we'll have questions. So the applicant team, please, if you can just introduce who you have joining you this evening, and then once your presentation come up, again, just clearly state next slide, and staff will change the slide. Thank you.
Yes, one moment. My screen just changed on me and I was hoping to get a little help from our internal people here. There we go. Yes, thank you, commissioners. My name is Tony Hall. I'm going to go through our team and our locations in our presentation. So if it's okay, I'd just like to lead in with that. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Excellent. I am the founder and the CEO of TD Enterprise, Torrey Holistics, Mammoth Holistics, California Holistics, and soon to be Oxnard Holistics. I speak for my entire team when I say we are so excited to present to you today about our future retail store in the Oxnard Beach community. Next slide. Our first store opened in the end of 2015. We were one of the first licensed medical cannabis stores to open in San Diego. In our 7 years of running successful cannabis retail shops, we have had no incidents. We take great pride in the positive relationships we have with local government, state regulators, and law enforcement at all of our locations. We have over 6 years of compliant banking, which means there is limited cash on our premise. Currently, 40% of our payments are non-cash. We have consistently built and maintained strong relationships with our neighbors, local businesses, and community organizations. We are the founding members of the United Medical Marijuana Coalition, a San Diego professional organization, which is made up of legally licensed cannabis businesses. Next slide. Just like the city of Oxnard has been slow and deliberate to implement cannabis regulations and accept legal cannabis businesses, we have taken our time to slowly and with intention expand our retail locations in California. This has allowed us to create a consistent culture of excellence throughout our various stores. We select locations which are in communities to which we have a connection and which are recreation and healthy lifestyle focused. We established Torrey Holistics in the Torrey Pines area of San Diego in 2014, opened our doors in 2015, and became the very first recreational license holder in the entire state of California in 2018. There was a lot of fear surrounding cannabis in much of San Diego when the city was going through its approval process for cannabis retail stores, and the Torrey Pines neighborhood was no exception. We received a lot of opposition throughout the permitting process, and I'm proud to say through our professionalism, knowledgeable customer service, education programs, and support of local community organizations and nonprofits, we have won over a lot of skeptics and have become an integral part of our neighborhood. Many of our customers are senior citizens. Our customer demographics in Torrey Pines are very similar to those in Oxnard Shores. In the midst of the pandemic, we opened Mammoth Holistics in December of 2020 and are proud to celebrate our 1-year anniversary. This spring, we will be opening California Holistics in South Bay area of San Diego. We also hold a cannabis distribution license since 2019 and a San Diego Cannabis Production Facility, CUP, permit since 2018. In all the localities that we operate, we have transparent and positive relationships with regulators and law enforcement. Excuse me. The state licensing authority, the Department of Cannabis Control, is impressed with us as well. On multiple occasions, state regulators visit our stores in order to train their inspectors because Torrey Holistics is a model compliant cannabis retail store. Next slide. This endeavor is particularly important and meaningful to me because I was born and raised in Ventura County. I have fond memories of visiting Oxnard beaches in my youth. As the CEO, I will ensure Oxnard Holistics business is aligned with Oxnard's economic development strategy to develop and enhance Oxnard's business climate, to promote the city's fiscal health, and support economic growth in a manner consistent with the city's unique character. We are a small, closely held company that is fully engaged in the cannabis industry for the long haul. We have never operated in an illegal or gray market and have been fully legal and compliant from the beginning. Doug Gans, our COO, has 30 years of sales experience as a vice president at one of the largest fully integrated total packaging solution companies in the US. He is innovative and an adaptive leader with strong sales, marketing experience, and communication skills, who builds relationships with local, county, and state regulators. Next slide. We have a great team comprised of highly qualified and passionate individuals with experience from a wide range of disciplines and highly regulated industries. Collectively, we have over 26 years of experience in legal cannabis industry. The team members shown on these slides are present in this hearing and are available to answer any of your questions. The people you see on these slides will be the same team providing guidance and mentorship to our local hires at Oxnard Holistics. David Delal, our Chief Financial Officer and Compliance Officer, effectively manages the finances for our recreational and medical cannabis operations. Christy Byers is our architect. Her firm is an industry leader in discretionary permits, design, technical documentation, and sustainability for cannabis projects. To date, her firm has been involved in more than 25 cannabis projects. Ruthie Edelson is our Director of Marketing and Community Relations. She brings incredible passion and civic engagement and community building. Randy Latimer, he is our Head of Security. He is the lifelong Oxnard resident and a retired Oxnard Police Department commander for more than 30 years of law enforcement experience in Oxnard. Mr. Latimer served as Special Projects Commander for the Police Department, where he oversaw all traffic and safety activities, alcohol compliance efforts for the city. Mr. Latimer is also the owner of NRL and Associates Security Consulting and Event Management. Next slide. Matt Winiger is a land use consultant and previous community development director for the city of Oxnard and worked for the city for 37 years. We've also brought on Holly King Winiger, a local land use consultant, to assist our team. And Jesus Torres from Lead Public Strategies is a public affairs and communications consultant who is advising Oxnard Holistics on its outreach and community engagement initiatives. Next slide. At this time, I'm going to turn this presentation over to Ruthie, our Director of Marketing and Communications, or Community Relations, excuse me. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Community giving is at our core. We have a long history at our other locations of giving back. We understand that supporting the neighborhoods we are in through monetary donations, volunteer work, sponsorships, food and toy drives results in better places to live and work. To date, we've donated $7,500 as well as PPE and pandemic supplies to the following local Oxnard charities. We've enjoyed partnerships with Oxnard Police Activities League through the California State PAL, the Oxnard Firefighters Foundation, LULAC Oxnard Council, and Gabrielle's House. We recently participated along with the community in an Ormond Beach cleanup where we picked up 1,200 pounds of garbage. We are members of the West Ventura County Business Alliance. We plan to sponsor local Oxnard festivals such as Strawberry salsa, and jazz festivals. We've already worked with many local vendors, such as printers, hotels, and catering services. We've had great service with all of them and have started building long-lasting relationships. We will continuously work with the city and residents to make the greatest positive impact possible. Next slide, please. We are committed to providing the required financial investments to the city in our community benefit agreement, including a one-time $250,000 contribution and a 1% gross revenues on an annual basis. We are committed to being a partner to our neighborhood tenants, our community, and to the city of Oxnard. In addition to the 1% we will provide to the city, we pledge to donate 1% to local Oxnard nonprofits and community service projects. We will work with the community to direct these monies where they are most needed. We would love to work with the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council and the greater city of Oxnard. We understand an aspect of community benefit agreement with the city requires us to hire 75% local Oxnard residents. We plan to go above and beyond this requirement, aiming to hire 100% of our staff from Oxnard. 100% of our employees will earn a living wage, competitive salaries, and comprehensive benefits. We have signed a labor peace agreement with UFCW 770. We support unions for our employees. We plan to provide 27 jobs during our first year, including management positions. This is expected to grow to 37 jobs in the first 3 years of operation. We offer cross-training to employees and promote from within when feasible. We are committed to hiring a diverse group of staff to match the city and county's diversity. We fund continuing education for employees and reimburse for cannabis education workshops. We'll also pay our local hires up to 20 hours annually for volunteering. Next slide, please. From the very beginning, we have made it our goal to be #1 in customer service with knowledgeable cannabis consultants. Our retail stores are set up so that each customer has a personalized one-on-one shopping experience. Every customer, once they have passed through all security measures, is greeted by a friendly cannabis consultant who helps our customer have an educated shopping experience. We have an in-house scientist, Dr. Beth, who has a PhD in molecular biology and biochemistry. She's a breast cancer survivor and is passionate about helping consumers with their cannabis questions. Next slide, please. From experience, we understand that adding a cannabis retail shop in a community can instill fear, misconceptions, and confusion around cannabis. The Department of Cannabis Control in the city of Oxnard require that all retail stores adhere to extreme regulations and that these agencies examine and inspect us at their discretion. The Holistics Group's operating protocols far exceed industry standards, and we have taken it upon ourselves to educate our customers, community members, partners, and even our opposers. We understand that being pioneers in an industry that is newly legalized means we have to work overtime to help destigmatize and learn along with the scientists, researchers, and leaders. This is why we patiently lead community meetings year after year to help impact the cannabis science and research that is constantly unfolding. Next slide, please. The Holistics team has a great track record of listening and engaging with our neighbors, and Oxnard is no exception. We have gone above and beyond city notification requirements because we want to hear from Oxnard how best we can serve the city and learn what we can do to be good neighbors and community partners. Prior to today's presentation, we have completed the following outreach. In December 2020, Tony started speaking to residential neighbors and collecting signatures of support from merchants of the shopping center. Tony had multiple early conversations with members of the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council, and we presented the project to them in February of 2021. Starting October 2021, we canvassed 600 homes in Oxnard Shores over 4 weekends. We sent 1,000 postcards to residents of Oxnard Shores, Oxnard Dunes, Seabridge, Hollywood by the Sea, and Channel Island neighborhoods. We invited the community to an open house on November 4th at Embassy Suites Mandalay Beach Resort in Oxnard Shores. We sent emails to over 800 residents in Oxnard Shores, Oxnard Dunes, Seabridge, Hollywood by the Sea, and Channel Islands neighborhoods. And we established project website, oxnardholistics.com, that will be updated as the project progresses. Next slide, please. As the cannabis industry continues to grow and flourish, it is our job as retailers to remember that our freedom to sell and purchase cannabis legally has been fought for by brave individuals, mostly people of color, who are still not free themselves. The Holistics Group is committed to leveraging our voice to continue spreading awareness about the social injustices wrought by the war on drugs and advocating for causes that promote social equity in our communities. We will continue to support the brands and companies working to make these goals a reality. We pride ourselves on being good neighbors. We will host and participate in neighborhood cleanups. We will have a local community liaison. This person will participate in local organizations and boards on Oxnard Holistics' behalf. They will be a live, accessible person to whom people can bring their concerns or ask questions to. We will educate our customers about the rules surrounding legal cannabis. For an example, one which instructs that the customer is not allowed to loiter or litter on site, that they may not use the cannabis on site. Tony, Dave, and I will be involved heavily in the first year of operations to mentor our locally hired staff. Per the city code, we will meet with the city manager's office along with our local manager quarterly to discuss costs, benefits, and community issues if they arise. And now Christy Byers, our architect, is going to discuss our site and project in more detail.
Thank you, Ruthie. Hello, commissioners. From a building and planning neighborhood compatibility standpoint, the project is an interior tenant improvement within an existing shopping center only. There will be no new square footage added to the project. We are keeping the building facades the same. All doors and windows will remain in their same locations.
Next slide, please.
Thanks, Tony. And the exterior materials will continue to match the rest of the shopping center. We will work with the city on a separate building sign permit that meets the requirements of the city's sign program. The other uses in the shopping center are a pizza shop, a bakery, surf shop, a brewery, a dry cleaners, mail center, liquor store, and a restaurant bar. A cannabis retail shop is compatible with these uses. There will be no loud music played in the store. The city code and cannabis ordinance have strict requirements for addressing odor. We are very familiar with these sorts of requirements and have addressed them in our other stores. While the state requires that all cannabis be sold in prepackaged in a prepackaged state, which results in little odor, we will install redundant systems to ensure that no odor is detected in adjacent suites or in the shopping center common areas. Our team includes a California licensed mechanical engineer who has lots of experience in cannabis projects. His design will address odor and will include HVAC system integrated carbon filtration, negative pressure so that air is not pushed into adjacent suites, increased air exchanges to maintain fresh air in our own suite, and a regular filter replacement program. We have included a lobby in our project to ensure that customers will not be queuing up outside. Staff and security guards will conduct periodic patrols of the shopping center to discourage littering and loitering. The construction and operation of Oxnard Holistics will also include many sustainable features, including water-saving plumbing fixtures, energy-saving lighting, fuel-efficient and low-emitting delivery vehicles, stormwater improvements, including regular parking lot cleanings, and Oxnard Holistics will participate in Oxnard Green Business Certification Program. Next slide, please. Our site is amply parked with 108 parking spaces. 4 of these are accessible, and 2 of these accessible spaces are located directly in front of our suite. The shopping center has 4 driveways, and the site is well served by emergency vehicles on all sides. There will be a dedicated main entrance on the east side of the shopping center for customers and a separate dedicated entrance for deliveries on the west side of the shopping center. We are adding bicycle racks for 10 bicycles. This will be distributed around the shopping center site. Because of its location near the beach and housing, we anticipate that lots of customers will walk or ride their bikes to our shop, which would reduce vehicle trips and greenhouse gases. Next slide, please. Regarding our security, we've been working closely with Scott Swenson of the Oxnard Police Department to create our security plan and to implement site subted strategies such as planted vehicular barriers and updates to landscaping. As Tony mentioned, this team has been operating legal cannabis shops in California for 7 years with 0 crime incidents. We maintain multiple layers of security to ensure a high level of safety and neighborhood integrity. Customers must pass a state-of-the-art ID check, and then they get buzzed into the sales floor from our lobby. We adhere to strict age restrictions, 18 years old for medical patients, 21 years old for recreational. We will be adding lighting throughout the shopping center to improve security. This lighting will include shielding to avoid light trespass over the property lines and to protect the nighttime skies. We will install 25 to 30 high-resolution video surveillance cameras and a video storage system which meets or exceeds the state requirements. All cannabis goods will be securely stored in secure storage areas and locked cabinetry. We will have 24/7 monitored security, which is accessible by the police department. Our security guards will be trained in de-escalation techniques and SARA community problem-solving tactics. There will be no cannabis or advertisements that include cannabis imagery visible from the common areas of the shopping center or the surrounding streets. The windows will include frosted film, which obscures the view from the adjacent shopping center sidewalk. Finally, we feel very fortunate to have longtime Oxnard resident Randy Latimer as our head of security. Randy has been leading the design of our security plan, and he will be providing the ongoing security at the site. He is incredibly professional and brings a wealth of knowledge about Oxnard and great connections with the police department to this team. He is participating in this hearing tonight and is available to discuss our security in more detail if any of you have any questions. Next slide. We have been conducting outreach to the residential and commercial communities surrounding our proposed site for 2 years. As part of this process, we have received a lot of positive feedback as well as some concerns. Several members of the community brought forward concerns at our November 2021 community workshop. We have taken their comments seriously. We've met with city staff to determine how we can address their concerns, and I want to go over our responses with you today. Community concern number 1 was that cannabis odors would be present at the shopping center. I went over our odor strategy earlier on in the presentation, but what is key is that the Oxnard City Code includes robust requirements for odor control, and we will meet or exceed these requirements. No odor will be present in the shopping center. Community concern number 2 was that the site is not appropriately zoned for cannabis use. While this is perhaps best answered by the city, the site is zoned Coastal Neighborhood Commercial, CNC, which is a permitted zone for cannabis retail storefront businesses within the city of Oxnard. Community concern number 3, we heard quite a few comments about crime. I've already discussed a fair amount about our security, and our head of security is here to answer any of your questions. The bottom line is that we have been safely operating cannabis retail stores with 0 crime incidents in 7 years. We will provide and maintain a safe environment for our customers and staff at all times. Next slide, please. Community concern number 4 was that the addition of a retail cannabis storefront to the shopping center would cause an overconcentration of adult businesses. From a land use perspective, the Oxnard City Code clearly describes adult businesses, and cannabis businesses are not considered adult businesses under the city's definition. There are no stores within the shopping center that meet the definition of adult businesses. We understand that part of the community concern involves the businesses that sell alcohol, but I want to make a point that the city code does not recognize these as adult businesses. Community concern number 5. Residents express concern that a retail cannabis storefront is not appropriate for a neighborhood shopping center. Again, the city may want to address this in more detail, but the site is zoned Coastal Neighborhood Commercial, CNC, which is a permitted zone for cannabis retail businesses within the city of Oxnard. A retail cannabis storefront is neighborhood serving and is in line with the stated purpose within Oxnard City Code Section 1717, to protect an area of established convenience shopping and personal services to service the existing coastal residential community of Oxnard Shores and the public who visit the area. Including retail cannabis shops within neighborhood serving shopping centers allows for residents to safely access legal cannabis as a pedestrian or cyclist and promotes reduction in traffic. The site has plenty of parking and is served by both a front door for customers and a back delivery door, and is configured well for ADA and emergency vehicle access. The anticipated traffic associated with a retail cannabis storefront is consistent with traffic generated by other uses that would occupy the center, such as takeout restaurants and other community serving retail shops. Community concern number 6, the residents questioned the city's CEQA analysis of a cannabis business at this site. Again, more of a city response perhaps is warranted, but the city of Oxnard recommends that the project be determined to be categorically exempt from CEQA, and most retail cannabis businesses are exempt from CEQA. Next slide, please. The last main point of concern that we heard was about vehicular safety around the site and ADA access around and through the site. It is also very important to us that the site is ADA accessible. As we've mentioned, many of our customers are seeking cannabis to treat health issues. We will be keeping the existing path of travel, and I have a diagram I'll show shortly, but we will be keeping the existing path of travel from Woolley Road, which brings pedestrians through a less congested area of the site. We have also committed to upgrading the ADA access, including curb ramps, truncated domes, and the path of travel in the public sidewalk. This is outside of the shopping center property lines. Please note that this means we will be paying to upgrade the public right-of-way outside our site in order to provide better ADA access to the site. This came out of that community workshop and the community members' request for more ADA access. So next slide, please. This is the final site plan that we have included in the SUP package, which indicates the path of travel off of Woolley Road from the public right-of-way to the building and to our suite, and then along the public sidewalk that makes its way around both Woolley Road and South Harbor Service Boulevard. Any point that there is a curb cut or a transition, we will be evaluating those to determine whether they're currently code compliant and upgrading them as necessary. Thank you for your time tonight. I know we're getting on in the evening. I will now pass the presentation back to Tony so he can say some final words. Tony, next slide, please.
Tony, you're on mute.
Tony, you may be muted still.
Sorry about that, guys. We've included the aerial image, which identifies project sites that were approved for the SUP submittal process. Our proposed site is indicated with a yellow asterisk. We were one of the highest scoring applications, and we have chosen a site which meets all of Oxnard's zoning and separation requirements for cannabis retail storefronts. When the city of Oxnard approves our location, the entire western portion of Oxnard will have access to safe and legal cannabis that they deserve. We ask that you approve our project to ensure access to safe cannabis to Oxnard's beach residents and keep those cannabis tax dollars for cannabis revenue in the city of Oxnard. Next slide. Thank you guys for your time today. Our team is here to answer any of your questions, and I appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I kind of want to hear from the public before the commissioners move into questions. We do have a long list of public comment speakers, and they've been with us this whole time. So if there's no objection from the commission, we'll open the public hearing portion and take those public comments. Is there any objections to doing so? I don't see any, so let's go ahead and call the people in the order that their name was brought forward. Again, this is opening the public hearing portion for item F4 TD Enterprise LLC doing business as Oxnard Holistics. The first person is Michael Veltri.
Michael Veltri is not on the call.
Thank you. Um, Randy Latimer. He's part of the applicant team.
Actually, I'm in the applicant team. I think I got thrown in the queue.
Okay. Polly May.
I don't see Polly May.
Christine Newman.
No, Christine.
Brent Newman.
No, Brent.
Laura Olgra. Olja. I apologize.
No, Laura.
Anthony Morales.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. And my name is Anthony Morales, and I am a board member of the West Ventura County Business Alliance, formerly known as the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce. I am speaking in support of Oxnard Holistics application for a special use permit. Oxnard Holistics is a member in good standing that has worked hard to be part of the community in Oxnard, and they have partnered with organizations like CalPAL and LULAC, plus donated PPE for food distribution event in the Southwinds neighborhood during the Delta surge. I want to point out that this is the only proposed location on the west side of Oxnard. Oxnard is leaking tax dollars to Port Hueneme at the moment because those are the closest shops for the beach community. If we want our tax dollars to stay at Oxnard, approving this SUP from a high quality applicant is a way to keep local dollars in Oxnard. I urge you to approve their application for a SUP, and I am also a 53-year resident here. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Pena is our next speaker.
Julie is not here.
Ken Oplinger.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Ken Oplinger. I am a 8.5-year resident of the Oxnard Shores community, and my south property line is about 200 feet from the proposed project. I am opposed to the project, but I want to stipulate a couple of things first. I am not opposed to the effort by the city to locate dispensaries here in the community. I think the proposal makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And there are a lot of locations where we could put a store like this. And secondly, I'm sure that some of the wonderful things that we saw in the presentation from the applicant are true. My opposition is simply based on this location. And it really stems to this. Oftentimes, when you have retail sites, you have a hard barrier between them and any adjoining residential properties. In this particular case, you do not. There are 6 houses, I'm one of them, that open directly onto the property itself. Outrigger, which is the street between us, runs up, and there are several dozen homes up along there as well. We don't have a hard barrier between us and this commercial site. Now, when I brought up some of these concerns in the hearing that we had 2 months ago, the applicant said, well, you should be happy because we're going to have security who's going to be, back patrolling that area. I'm sorry, I don't really need additional security essentially patrolling my backyard. We're fine how we are. We have no safety concerns here. Why locating a business that is required to have this security and would essentially be right on top of my house makes sense? It just doesn't strike with me. If you look in this area, there are a number of places where there is no residential adjacent, or there's a hard barrier between the residential and the commercial. Victoria and Fifth has a number of these locations where these folks could locate this store. It doesn't have to be in this particular small retail center here in the Shores. The other thing that I want to just raise a concern about is that I have some veracity issues with this particular applicant. When they say that they've done this massive outreach to the community. I made the comment 2 months ago when we had the hearing. I have never heard from the applicant. They have never come to me, and I'm adjacent to their property. And I was told afterwards, oh, but we did all these, efforts to reach out to the neighbors, it hasn't happened. 2 months later, I have still not heard from any of these folks. And secondly, just one aspect of the presentation you just saw was this beautiful map that they showed you.
25 seconds left.
Thank you. How there was no, dispensaries anywhere in our area. And that's a lie. There are dispensaries in our neighborhood. They just happen to be in the city of Port Hueneme. The tax dollar issue for residents is not an issue. We have those locations that are easily accessible. They're adjacent to us. They're in our neighborhood. And to suggest otherwise, I think really raises veracity concerns with the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Hoppinger, for your comments. Next speaker is Ed Gutierrez.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ed Gutierrez, and I'm here on behalf of the more than 30,000 members of the United Food and Commercial Workers Local 770. Our union represents grocery, retail, drug, and cannabis industry workers across Southern California. Local 770 is here tonight to ask the Planning Commission to approve the special use permit for Oxnard Holistics. UFCW believes those who work in the industry deserve dignity, respect, and a living wage with benefits. Oxnard Holistics shares our vision. In compliance with the state of California's Prop 64, they have signed a labor peace agreement with our union that complies with all state and local requirements and establishes a fair process for employees to gain a voice at work. Oxnard Holistics is committed to meeting and exceeding local hiring requirements, employing best practices in compliance and its operations, and working with Local 770 to bring quality jobs and services to Oxnard. We strongly encourage the Planning Commission to approve Oxnard Holistics special use permit. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez, for your comments. Next speaker is John Golden.
John Golden's not here.
Thank you. Daniel Nichols.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Dan Nicholas. Greetings to the chair commissioners and the residents on the call. My wife and I have been residents of Oxnard Shores for almost 9 years and live in close proximity to the property in question and frequent it on a regular basis. To date, I have sent correspondence to Councilman Perillo and the Planning Commission with my concerns for the holistic pot shop on Harbor and Woolley. I have also spoken and read many of the concerns of my neighbors at the shores. No matter what the stats suggest, the intersection of Harbor and Woolley is dangerous at best, with Little Harbor stop signs exasperating the issue. This will get worse with added out-of-town visitors unfamiliar with this intersection. At the very least, add turning signals for some measure of safety. You have been warned. Again, as we try to get our arms around the short-term renter issue, they will have a new destination. I'm sure they will boast a new holistic pot shop within walking distance to their properties. For those to say, what's the big deal with a little pot? Those are the same people that complain every day how the beach is more crowded with traffic and parking on our streets heavier and trashier. With the pot shop, this will be the new normal. The shores are going to become the new hip beach destination to party. And the refrain we will be hearing over the waves crashing at sunset will be, don't bogart that joint, my friend. Having aired my concerns with City Council and Planning, they insist that they have checked all the boxes for legal inception of this business into our community. But they left something out, the people who live here. It's not family friendly. It's not good for real estate values, and it's not good for healthy lifestyle. And two things. your community feedback. I agree with the gentleman before us. I've been here 9 years and I've heard nothing of this organization, nothing. And I live
30
within a
30
stone throw.
seconds left.
Thank you, ma'am. And I live within a stone throw. I am always at that particular mall. And the last thing, patrols to discourage littering and loitering. What is that going to look like? Hey, buddy, pick up that chewing gum wrapper. Hey, buddy, don't. Yeah, I don't get that. The security thing. I mean, bringing in security. I mean, we don't need it now. So now we're going to have security. It's just beyond me. Thanks to the council and everyone on the meeting call.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas, for your comments. We'll move to our next speaker, Bob Launes. And I apologize if I mispronounced the last name.
Oh, tell me you're not getting this.
We could hear you. Go ahead.
Hello.
3 minutes.
Oh, geez. Okay. So real briefly, I've been a 30-year resident of Oxnard Shores. I'm a 6-year veteran of the Armed Forces. I was a professional firefighter for 31 years. I've seen the needle, I've seen the damage, and I've seen everything it's done by drugs. I never received a welcome letter from the Shores Brewery when it reopened, or the Red Tandem Brewery when it opened, or any of the liquor store owners. Yet when the weed store wanted to open, they targeted my children. They didn't target myself, they targeted my 2 children. The city has just allowed 50 homes to be built at the corner of Woolley and Harbor. There is absolutely no extra parking there, yet there will be 400 people living there. Once they are all moved in, they will be overwhelming the parking lot where the weed store was. Yet they have no parking. They have Officer Latimer talking about the security and so forth. He is an embarrassment to public safety. What is his plan? Like what just happened up in Oakland, reported by the San Francisco Examiner, where 175 shots were fired in one dispensary parking lot. Or the 500 break-ins, robberies, and looting of dispensaries in the state of California. Last November 21st, Port Hueneme had a vigil of people killed, property damaged by the weed drivers in Port Hueneme along the Marijuana Mile. That same week, they had 250 plus break-ins of marijuana businesses. Yet we don't hear anything from Mr. Latimer. I'm just wondering how much money he took, how much money to take to buy him off, to allow a police officer to say he supports what is still considered an illegal drug by the federal government. It's why they will have majorly, overwhelmingly armed men guarding the stores. Every person that works at the Shores restaurant, at the Ren Tandem, has been schooled on not over-serving people. There is nothing that will say, once they sell the weed, that they can't smoke an ounce in the parking lot and crash into somebody. Nothing. There's absolutely nothing. They have security guards, but what will they do? If they call Oxnard police, you have a 20 to 40-minute response time for somebody that's smoking weed in a parking lot. There's a lot more stuff going on in Oxnard. We live in a residential community, and they are not welcome here. I'm a volunteer with the Channel Islands Community Wildlife Institute. We have never encountered them on their beach cleanups, on their all so-called things to beautify the neighborhood. Nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Chris Hernandez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Chris Hernandez. I am the vice chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council, and I am in full support of the establishment of Oxnard Holistics in the Oxnard Shores area. From personal experience on collaborating with dispensaries on community events for adults, as well as our youth, I have seen the positive changes that these businesses have brought our community. I have also hosted educational presentations on cannabis at neighborhood council meetings and have had Chief Salinas of Port Hueneme share his statistics and experience on working with dispensaries and the numerous benefits that cannabis industry has brought to the city of Port Hueneme. The city of Hueneme and Chief Salinas have been very successful on managing this industry and till this day are incident free, Bob. So when I hear comments like this and that this isn't a good fit for their neighborhood, I am in disbelief. It would be unfair to the business owners and residents in the Oxnard Shores area who will benefit financially and those who currently benefit medically from cannabis to turn down Oxnard Holistics because some residents feel it isn't a good fit for their neighborhood. Oxnard, we are a lot better than that. Not to mention the revenue that is currently being given up to Port Hueneme from that neighborhood. We are a diverse and all-inclusive city, and that means that every resident should be included in the opportunity to have a dispensary within walking distance, especially those who have disabilities and are in need of medical marijuana. I ask that we support this establishment of Oxnard Holistics in the Oxnard Shores neighborhood so that we can continue to improve financially and medically as a city. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for your comments. The next speaker is Cesar Hernandez.
Good evening, members of the commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Cesar Hernandez, and I'm a 40-plus year resident of Oxnard and a current resident of the Shores community. And I'm here in support of the special use permit for Oxnard Holistics in the neighborhood. I ride my bike in the neighborhood almost every day. I walk in this community, and I know that the concerns that my neighbors have put out there, because I actually took the time to read the staff report with the attachments that were included, including the letters from some of my neighbors. And I find it hard to believe that that they are describing this community in a way that makes me feel like we are in a not welcoming community. And it concerns me to hear many of the racist dog whistles that are put out there in some of the opposition to this permit. So in looking at the staff recommendation and recognizing that this is a legal business that is allowed to operate within all of the requirements of the city and the state, then I don't see any problem with this business coming in and occupying a currently ugly looking empty retail space in a neighborhood that not only has individuals who may or may not use cannabis, but many individuals in my community, some of my neighbors who actually work in the cannabis industry. And I'm really excited to hear that this particular location is interested in working with United Food and Commercial Workers to have probably one of the only unionized cannabis dispensaries in this region, which is a very good thing, not only for the workers, but for our community. So I support the Planning Commission's decision and the staff's recommendation to approve this permit. Thank you very much. Oh, and by the way, I did get on a number of occasions contact from the applicant. So residents in the community did hear from the applicant. I can speak to that from personal experience.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for your comment. Our next speaker is David Johnston.
David Johnston is not here.
Okay. Mark Cavazell. I apologize. That's bad. What is it? Cavazell?
Okay, it just had me unmute my microphone.
Okay, great. You have three.
Yes, hello. I'm Mark Caviezel. My wife and I own and operate the Red Tandem Brewery, which is 3 doors down from the proposed cannabis shop, and we are in support of this proposal. We think it'll bring a revitalization to the community. There are currently 3 vacant storefronts there, and that's not good in any way, shape, or form. We've met with Tony Hall and his staffers, and we've been very impressed with their professionality. And we do trust that they're going to deliver on what they have proposed to the Planning Commission. And we think the biggest benefit is going to be the security. The 24-hour armed security is going to be a benefit for the shopping center and really the neighborhood as a whole. And I do want to point out that the prior commenter, Bob Lanius, he is incorrect. 50 condos will not accommodate 400 residents. And by the way, we did send the over 4,300 required notices to all property owners within a 1-mile radius when we opened Red Tandem Brewery. So we're sorry that he didn't get the word about us opening up. Anyways, we think they're going to be good neighbors, and we think it'll be an overall benefit to the neighborhood. We do understand that there's some concerns, and we would suggest that if people don't like it, simply choose not to patronize it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is David Bejarano. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the names.
Good evening, commissioners. This is David Bejarano. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening again. I am the former chief of police for the city of San Diego and the city of Chula Vista. And during my 35-year law enforcement career, also served as president of the California Chiefs Association. In 2015, I and a few other chiefs had the opportunity to work directly with Governor Brown and his staff in the Attorney General's office in the development of regulations for cannabis businesses in California. For the last several years, I've been associated with TD Enterprise in San Diego County in the city of San Diego, and currently in the city of Chula Vista. I have prepared their security plan for their store to open soon in the spring of 2022 in the city of Chula Vista. And there's in their store in San Diego and the city of Chula Vista, they meet and exceed all security requirements required by the state. As mentioned earlier, they have operated in the city of San Diego for over 6 years. In my discussions with the city of San Diego, there's been no calls for police, no service calls for law enforcement at their San Diego location. They have been a model business, and they have been a benefit to the community in San Diego. And we expect that they're going to be a benefit to the city of Chula Vista as well as Oxnard. So it's my privilege to, again, support the special use permit for Oxnard Holistics and a high recommendation based on how they've operated over the last 6 years in San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to our next speaker, Leland Hoff.
Lehman Hoff is not here.
I think it's Lee Hoff. Yeah, I believe it's going to be that Lee Hoff.
Hi, yes, my nickname is Lee Hoff. I'm Cleland Hoff, previous town council member and mayor of Mammoth Lakes, California. Hope you've been up here to enjoy some of the snow. I am letting you know that our commissioners were in your spot, 3-4 years ago with Mammoth Holistics, the same group coming forward, and hearing they're going to do this, they're going to do that. And I would just like to tell you, they did everything and more. They have really become a great community business. It is low key. They keep it that way. if there was a street that I was going to walk down in Mammoth, I would prefer it to be by Mammoth Holistic, even though it is on one of our main roads. It also has a back entrance as well. They cross their T's, they dot their I's, they work well. I even gave the town manager a call and I said, did we really have any issues with this? And, you know, there were some contentious points, but we're thrilled to have him in the community. And although I am not in service any longer in a political sense, I would definitely recommend anyone looking to do business with this company to realize that they are in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, Deidre Frank.
Deidre Frank is not here.
Okay, next person is Tony Lansara.
Tony is not here either.
Okay, Brian Miller.
He's not here either. In the beginning, I saw him, but he logged off.
Okay, Alex Morales.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alex Mireles, President of Oxnard LULAC Council 3147, and I'm speaking in support of Oxnard Holistics. Oxnard Holistics reached out to us early on to discuss what issues were important to LULAC and how they can help. We were in the midst of the summer Delta wave, and we asked them for PPE or any supplies, and they quickly shipped large boxes of N95 masks and hand sanitizers for distribution to low-income residents in the Oxnard South Winds neighborhood. We also redirected some of their PPE donations to the Oxnard Peace Ride event as well. They have a plan to invest in the local community, partner with local organizations like the Oxnard Firefighters Foundation and PAL, and hire local workers. They also have a labor peace agreement in place with the UFCW. Oxnard Holistics is a quality business sensitive to local concerns. We should welcome businesses like these in our community. LULAC looks forward to a productive relationship. I urge you to approve the Oxnard Holistics permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Myra Delgado.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Myra Delgado, and I am an Oxnard resident and have been working in the cannabis space for over 8 years. I just wanted to thank the commissioners for their continued effort to ensure the sensible policy for cannabis access is implemented in all areas of Oxnard. I would also like to thank Oxnard Holistics for their continued effort to ensure cannabis is available for the Oxnard Shores area. Access to safe legal cannabis in the city of Oxnard is very important. The city of Oxnard should also reap the benefits from the cannabis retail stores through taxes and community contributions. This proposed store is the only one in the beach community. If we want to shop local, the nearest proposed dispensary is 5 miles away. Right now, this is the only local option. And if we want our tax dollars to stay in Oxnard, otherwise, they're going to Port Hueneme. Access to medicinal cannabis is really important to many of us who live in Oxnard Shores neighborhood. I would like to also make note that the elderly residents would have access to this medicine. Oxnard Holistics is a high quality establishment. They've done a lot of outreach and I've received their postcards as well. I'm available for any questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Neil Berger.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
I have three concerns. My number one concern first is I'm under good authority that after 30 years, the Hardy Mall real estate business had to move its office to a new location due to lack of parking on the strip mall off of Wheelhouse. Again, I know it's Port Hueneme, but their strip mall and the parking lot is a lot bigger in size than the one that we have right here off of Harbor. My second concern is with the addition of the cannabis shop. It's 40% of the businesses in a small little residential area are either selling pot or alcohol, which doesn't seem to be a good mix for a wealthy residential beach community where the crime only continues to go up every summer with the Airbnbs. And my last concern is, let me get this one straight. So KFC sells chicken and Taco Bell sells tacos. Pot stores sell pot. So why in the world are there 9, yes, count them, 9 pot stores in not 5 miles like the last lady said, within 3 miles of here? I know it's Port Hueneme again, but there are 8 in Port Hueneme from Channel Islands and Wheelhouse to Ventura Road. So it just doesn't, it's like putting 9 McDonald's in a 3-mile area. It just doesn't seem to be a real good idea. So it just, a better location, I think, would be more appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Francine Castanon.
Francine's not here.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nancy Lindholm.
Good evening, Chair Chavez and Commissioners. Nancy Lindholm, President and CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance, formerly known as the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce. I have to say, listening to the testimony this evening really gives me a pain in my heart that there's so much anger in our community. And I would hope that we could all look at this from a pragmatic point of view and go back to what the city of Oxnard, the council did almost a year and a half, 2 years ago, when they met to set the criteria for retail cannabis businesses. There were many, many public hearings. I was present at quite a few of them. We talked about buffer zones a lot and sensitive uses. And frankly, I don't recall anyone from the Shores neighborhood commenting at that point in time that they wanted to be considered as a sensitive use. I know that the applicant has invested quite a bit in this project already. And if they were to be treated as a sensitive use, they should have been told that to start off with. Again, the applicant is a proven responsible cannabis owner. I understand the concerns about the security, in particular, Mr. Oplinger's comments about he doesn't need security in his backyard. That would be the west side of the project. My experience is the east side of the project does need a lot of attention. And it certainly would be better for the other businesses involved, as you've already heard tonight, if they were to benefit from the property improvements and the security. So I am speaking in support of the project this evening and hope that you will look at the criteria, that the project does meet the criteria that the city set forth and approve the SUP. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Walter Hagdom.
Hello?
Yes, have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Walter Haggett. I'm an Oxnard Shore resident. And as a member of the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council, the applicant did reach out to us and was very transparent. And my objections here are not about the applicant, but about the process. The question has always been the suitability of this location because of traffic concerns and other environmental concerns. This center has no access from Harbor Boulevard, the main thoroughfare from the area, and customers and residents must first enter the residential neighborhood before entering the center. These types of questions usually come up as part of an environmental review. The PowerPoint presentation provided on the website asks the Planning Commission to declare this project exempt from environmental review. This is not completely accurate. You just need to look at the resolution that you're being asked to pass tonight, which says that the preliminary environmental assessment of the project under CEQA determined that the project is subject to section 15301 of the category exemptions. This could better be stated that the project is eligible to be exempt if it passes 6 required tests, which 3 I think are applicable. And you're being asked to certify that the project passed these tests. The city then spends a great deal of time on these exceptions that need to be met. These constitute an environmental review of this subject. One of the tests is whether it has whether it produces a significant effect. The city says it doesn't. I believe that the traffic patterns in the center alone are unusual and require investigation. The analysis given for each of the tests do not address the project specifically. There's no studies cited and no facts given that warrant these conclusions. The city determined that this was a project that required environmental review under CEQA. It concluded that the project may be eligible for a categorical exemption under existing facilities if it passed a series of tests. The city then proceeded to deem the project exempt without any review at all, and they are now asking you to certify it. The bottom line is that you're not being asked to declare the project exempt from environmental review, but to certify an environmental review that hasn't been undertaken, one that is required by law.
30 seconds left.
Residents of Oxnard Shores and the commission and the applicant deserve a review of the suitability of this location for this project before continuing the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Augusta Chavanette.
Augusta is not here.
Okay. Next speaker is Mike Marlowe.
Hello, hello.
Hi, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Hello, Mike Marlowe here. I am the representative for Oxnard Shores Company. I've been managing the property there for about 15, 16 years now. You know, in the 15, 16 years, there's been a ton of change at the Oxnard Shores Center, and all of it very positive. We're looking forward to TD Enterprises to be there for multiple reasons, but going back, you know, and especially for, you know, what's been an issue for a long time has been safety issues and homeless population issues. And when I came here many years ago, one of the first things we did was put a fence around the Dunes property. That was a huge, huge difference for the entire Oxnard Shores neighborhood area. And we were thanked over and over by local neighborhoods about that fence that we put in that could really control the homeless problem in the area. And then one thing that was mentioned earlier was, you know, someone said that we didn't need any security there. Well, that's not true. We do need security. We have had security there. We have ongoing security there right now. We have, you know, 2 patrols a night that go through there, and that's made a big difference. And you know, with what TD Enterprises is bringing in, you know, talking about security and so forth, is that it's just going to get even better with with on-site folks there. I've also heard from some public comments that not the entire neighborhood, but a lot of the neighborhood folks have said that the tenants are not in support of this project, which is wholly untrue, 100% untrue. Every one of my tenants there, our tenants there, are in full support of this project. The reason that we're not hearing from all of them is that some of the neighbors have come in and threatened and harassed our tenants that if they spoke this evening, that retribution or some type of boycott or whatever would come to their businesses, which is just, shameful. Our shopping center provides a great meeting area for the local community. It's just, it's gotten to be a real, place to come to, and people are thrilled to
30
be there.
seconds left.
And we're just thrilled to have TD Enterprises come there as our new tenants, and going to be there for a long time. And we just we're like I said, we're thrilled, and we're anything we can do to support them, we're doing, and we will continue to do so and work with all our tenants to have the center, a very successful, great place for people to come and enjoy themselves. Thank you very much for the time, commissioners. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Mike Smith.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Hello? Thank you. Hi, I'm Michael Smith. I'm 100% opposed. I'm a retired city planner. I worked in three cities and the county of Ventura for 35 years. I'm opposed to the project because I'd never even gotten a postcard or anything regarding it. So in 6 years here, I have not received any notice. I'm 60 feet away from the project. You say it's the categorical exemption, which I think is inadequate because this is an expansion of the use. Categorical exemption should not be used for an activity where there is reasonable possibility that the activity will have significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. Unusual circumstances to me is the security guards. This is just a small neighborhood shop that hires teenagers. We don't really, I don't think we need Teamsters or anything like that. This is just a small pizza company, donut shops, things like that. So just having the armed guards kind of bothers me because I'm 60 feet away. I'm going to be reading my newspaper at night and wondering if a bullet's going to come through my window or not. Homes are only 25 feet away. I've been reading some articles. There's one according to MJ Biz article dated 12/3/21. California's had several violent robberies, smash and grabs, people shot, targeted with disturbing regularity. One person said, "I felt safer selling pot on the streets." That was all from a marijuana magazine trade. We have kids. We have 3 kids homeschooled within 25 feet. We have 2 kids homeschooled within 100 feet. Now all the kids are home because of the pandemic. You need a 600-foot separation for the kids. Parks. The staff report's wrong. The staff report says the closest park's Neptune Park, which is like 1,300 square feet away. But actually, there's one at Westport Park on Woolley and Chesapeake, which is about 600 feet away. So the report is wrong. Traffic. I ride my bike on the beach all the time, and over on 5th Street, the kids are sitting there. Not just kids, everybody's sitting there smoking marijuana and drinking, and then they get in their cars and drive home. Homeless, we have a mentally ill couple homeless people that live within the project. They're there at the shopping center. I saw one sleeping on the sidewalk yesterday right in front of the holistic shop. So the trained guards need to be versed in dealing with mentally ill homeless people. So this is a family-friendly neighborhood. It will kind of ruin the center, in my opinion. I don't really shop there too much, but it just acts as a catalyst to me for like tattoo shops, vape shops, and massage parlors. The nail
20
salon is
seconds
out
left.
right now, so I'm concerned that that's going to happen. The project needs to be continued to correct the staff report errors and allow full community review. Again, I had no impact. I had no notification. Better yet, I'd like to see the project denied without prejudice. I see all these folks like from out of town talking about the project, but this is a little neighborhood project, so it seems interesting to me. We're getting calls from Mammoth and San Diego when it's just a neighborhood project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll move to our next speaker is Bill Karchik.
Yeah, it's Bill Kraft. Thank you for taking.
Thank you.
I am the owner of the Shores Restaurant, Bar and Restaurant, and I came into the center about 3 years ago. At the time that I took it over, the bar had kind of degenerated from being a restaurant and was more of a bar. And I put significant resources into the facility to upgrade it to become more of a restaurant with alcohol as opposed to a bar with food. Since I have been done that, we have tried to upgrade the area as far as adding bike racks and putting in different areas, having patrols and having my employees go outside to try and disperse any kind of homelessness. Tony came to see me over a year ago and was talking about putting Oxnard Holistics into the center. I personally feel like it would be a great idea. First of all, filling up the center brings more foot traffic. More foot traffic means more business for the pizza shop, the donut shop, the surf shop, myself, the liquor store, and anybody else that will be coming into the vacant spots that are into the center. Second of all, security has always been an issue at any place that has a beach facility. We all know that people that are homeless or that have an ability to move around would like to stay someplace close to the water, whether it's to get in the water to wash themselves or whether it's just to have the facilities that are available at most beaches. Although I know there's not facilities at Oxnard Beach. The security that will be provided by Oxnard Holistics will allow 24 hours and will allow somebody to be on premises 24 hours and not just a drive-through security company twice a night. This will stop the one person that said they saw a homeless person sleeping in front of Oxnard Holistics. My business is open until midnight, somewhere between 11 and 1 or 2 a.m. every day. So that, along with having the security guard, will deter people from wanting to stay there because there's constant traffic coming in and out. I am in very big support of Oxnard, Tony and Oxnard Holistics. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft, for your comments. Our next speaker is Dennis Reed.
Dennis is not here.
Thank you. Holly Hayes Ray.
Good evening, everybody. Hasn't this been a long one? All right. Everybody got to laugh in. Okay, here we go. My name is Holly Hayes Ray. Thank you, everybody, Chair, Vice, Commissioners, all of Oxnard Shore residents. We're here to support, not in favor of having Oxnard Holistic there at all. You don't belong here. There's no room for this place. The parking lot, absolutely not. There's no parking. Safety is a huge concern. We don't need 25 to 30 videos monitored by the police. We don't need this in our neighborhood. I'm a mom. I have kids homeschooled. This is our neighborhood. I've been here 10 years. I'm a Ventura County native for over 40. This is my backyard. I got no notifications of any kind. Tony came here a year ago. There was a taco sign on the thing that said it was gonna be a taco place. Next thing you know, there was opposing signs up for this Oxnard place. No one ever heard of it. This is kind of snuck in here. So you guys need to reevaluate your codes and your restrictions and put it through the ringer again. Oxnard Shore residents, we won't allow it to be here. It's not for our plaza. I'm support, go be somewhere else in Oxnard. There are other places. Go to 5th and Victoria, go to Pizza Man Dan. The gas station's right there. Go to 5th and Ventura and go take up that plaza. There's Del Taco, There's the Falalalas, go over there. There's plenty of other places. It's personal here. It's quiet. The Oxnard Shores restaurant did make it amazing. They put in cameras, but there's no room there. There's no room for the type of traffic that you're talking about bringing in. They're little tiny streets.
30 seconds left.
Do you know what the residents have done over decades to get the neighborhood speed limit under control? We walk and ride our bikes every other day in this neighborhood. My bedroom window faces the plaza. We're right here. No one came to my door. I have a ring. Everybody, what they said, they tried to contact us, they didn't. Reevaluate what you're bringing into this neighborhood and what this neighborhood means to us.
Ms. Hayes.
Thank you very much. Love you guys. Bye.
Next speaker is Daniel Barakat.
Daniel is not here.
Okay, so let me go back through the list real quick because I did see some people jump on. Michael Veltri. Did he ever come on? I don't see his name. Polly May.
Yes, hello.
Hi, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that we did get a visit from the owner and they were very clear about what they wanted to do. And I think the idea that there's extra security in that little shopping center is a great idea because really the problem is the small market there brings in an element that is frankly a little bit scary. And the idea of having extra security would be great. And upscale retail, I think would be good. And it's not like there's going to be 50 cars parking there at all time. It's a very, it's a small specific business. I am not a pot smoker myself, but I think that they do seem responsible. And it would be a good business for the area, and they do seem like they actually care. And the security issue is real. I mean, there is a vagrancy issue there, and that business on the corner, although I love the restaurant, I love the brewery, the donut shop, everything, it's a nice little place, but there is an element there. Frankly, I'd like the security. I think it would be good for the neighborhood. I don't think that it's a negative. That there's a negative aspect to this, and they did seem very responsible. So thank you for listening, and I'm definitely in favor of this business.
Thank you for your comments. Christine Newman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Christy Newman. I'm a registered nurse. I have lived in Oxnard Shores since 2004. I've used cannabis with a medical recommendation for 15, 20 years. And ironically, I'm not taking it now due to testing requirements. And I'm back using opiates when needed, and then something for nausea on top of that. I have 2 college degrees, and I'm a psychiatric nurse. I've worked with addicts and mentally ill for over 20 years, and I'm well respected in my field. I will not bore you with statistics related to alcohol, opiate abuse, and drug abuse compared to cannabis. That's not why we're here today. The people of California voted to legalize cannabis for recreational use in 2003, and we're discussing is it appropriate to fill our neighborhood strip. It seems that there are some opposed to any successful business going in there, but it's a no longer quiet space. So let's talk about this one. The parking lot is sorely in need of policing, mostly due to that demon rum and such. And there is currently no policing. It would suit me fine if they breathalyzed everybody coming out of the parking lot, but they're not going to do that. The restaurant doesn't want to do that. The brewery would never do that. The liquor store doesn't even monitor drinking in the parking lot. So Oxnard Holistics would provide a security service for safety. I have never had a stoned person vomit in my driveway, though a few drunks have, and in the lot behind the strip. My only true concern is people speeding through the streets and the ways to get to the beach. And I have gotten a little green man from Amazon that holds a sign to combat this. If you personally have not been to a cannabis dispensary, I would recommend you go. They are nice places and there are lots of people willing to educate you, and nobody will make you buy anything. I miss our cloak and dagger transitions from the 80s, but dispensaries are nice places. Lastly, I will remember that any successful business is going to increase traffic. Any successful business that serves food is going to contribute to litter on our beach. I believe the advantages of Oxnard Holistics will far outweigh the disadvantages here. And they did come to my door in October and knocked on my
30
door.
seconds left.
I thought of this. Thank you for hearing me. I know it's late. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, phone number ending in 9442, 9442. Caller in 9442. Caller that's ending in 9442, you may want to jump off and then try again and get back. Yeah, that's not, yeah. So what we'll go ahead and do is that we'll do the AB 361 for 3 minutes to allow for any additional speakers, and hopefully that caller jumps back on. During this time, what I would actually like to do is have Police Chief Andrew Salinas from Port Hueneme just provide a few statistics very briefly, because Port Hueneme is the only city in Ventura County that has a large number of dispensaries. Chief Salinas, are you there?
Yes, I am. And so I actually have a statement here that I plan on reading, and then if anyone from the commission would like to follow up with some questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. So members of the Planning Commission and city staff, my name is Andrew Salinas, and I'm the Chief of Police in the city of Port Hueneme. I am a 20-year resident of the city of Oxnard and a former 22-year employee. I speak before you as the county expert on cannabis compliance and cannabis regulation. I created the customized regulatory framework in Port Hueneme, which was the first city to welcome medicinal and recreational cannabis activities. Our program has been the model used by many cities in the county and across the state. We currently have 8 retail dispensaries in operation with a total of 12 licenses currently approved. Our first cannabis business opened up in January of 2018. So we have 4 years worth of data to substantiate how all of this works and impacts the community. I make mention of all of this because I have the ability to answer your questions with real data and not myths, misconceptions, or untrue anecdotal stories. So rather than talking about the myths or misconceptions or what's possibly happening in other areas, I can speak about what's really happening with cannabis in our local community. So a couple key statistics or misconceptions. Crime has not increased in Port Hueneme and has actually decreased since cannabis came online for 3 straight years. It's going to be 4 straight years as soon as we release the 2021 statistics. There are 0 odor issues with having a retail dispensary in a community, as everything is prepackaged, and we have yet to receive any complaints from any adjacent businesses at any of these locations. Loitering, there is no loitering in terms of there's security on site, and with the exterior cameras that they have inside the business and outside the business. As we know, our transients will go to areas of least resistance, and that's what they've done. The shopping centers in Port Hueneme, where we continue to have problems with transients, are the actual shopping centers that don't have cannabis retail dispensaries at this time. According to our HDL reports, which are the reports that sales reports that we receive from our vendor, cannabis has actually helped increase sales across the board in Port Hueneme, ranging from fast food sales to retail clothing. Property values have increased in terms of commercial property, and residential properties have not decreased and have remained commensurate with those across the county. While traffic has increased, I do know that there was a comment made earlier that I did not hear, but somebody texted me. The traffic collision involving the bicyclists where the driver mowed down the group of bicyclists. I don't know where they got that information, but that driver was not under the influence of cannabis and was not the primary reason for that traffic collision. That pretty much sums it up right now. None of our dispensaries have had any violent encounters. We get more crimes that occur at the local Rite Aid, Ralph's, 99-cent store than we do at any of our cannabis dispensaries combined. So security is the key to all of this, and the number of conditions that Oxnard will be placing on this location will really help improve that shopping center and be a positive impact, not a negative impact. So with that, I'm here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Chief Salinas. If you can just hang tight while we get a couple more public comments, and then we'll have our commissioners ask questions. Ms. Hawley, you've already spoken. Each member of the public is only allowed to speak once on each item. So we see 9442 back on the line. So if we can try to get them back.
It's saying I'm unmuted.
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I'd like Mr. Kolowitz, please play the YouTube video I submitted.
Okay, we have that ready to go. Our IT team is ready to hit start. If we could pause the clock for a quick second and let that be part of the 3 minutes. Yeah. Yes. Okay, we're getting through an ad really quick that started at the beginning of the YouTube video. As soon as we get through this, we will play the video.
I'm sorry. Oh, I see. Thank you.
And one more second as we pull it up here. Okay.
Organizers of a Day of Remembrance ceremony hope to put the brakes on fatal traffic accidents. Port Hueneme women and SoCal Families for Safe Streets localized this International Day of Remembrance at Bolker Park. They want people to remember the people killed in traffic accidents near Port Hueneme's Green Mile. That's where legal pot shops have increased traffic and traffic accidents. Their activism led to 4 new stop signs. Now they're asking for speed bumps.
The driver was on his cell phone, went up onto the sidewalk and down the sidewalk where Seaward goes under the railroad crossing, went down and hit my grandson.
A candlelight vigil followed after dark. The mayor and Mayor Pro Tem of Port Hueneme attended the remembrance, and they say they're working on safety issues.
For Michael O'Neill, this week brings back painful memories.
It never leaves you. It never leaves you. I might be able to recall yesterday.
Thank you.
welcome.
I'd like to,
Do you need the other videos played as well?
in a minute. So, hello? Turn this off, please. Okay. Yeah, it's,
Staff, if you can go ahead and put 2 minutes on the clock.
thank you. Technical difficulty.
Ms. Frank.
Okay. Yeah, Deirdre, did you want to say something, or did you want us to play the video?
Yes, yes. The philosophy of this applicant is okay, but his location is not. Everyone seems to be talking about the proposed benefits to the city. I'm saying. But everything that he's planning on doing at the property location is something that the landlord should be doing. The landlord is Mike Marlowe. Marlowe is not just a management company, he's the owner. Okay? He had Tacos El Diablo scheduled to come in there. He got them to move to C and 5th Street in order to shove this cannabis dispensary in here. This isn't about marijuana. This is about the location. We have kids that are homeschooled here. No one is talking about this being a racist attack on marijuana or marijuana users or the owner. This is about the location. I want to show 2 drone videos I had taped showing the traffic flow in and out of the parking lot and the development. If you could please show those. I want to show 2 drone videos I had showing the traffic flow in and out of the parking lot and the development. If you could please. And I also encourage you to read the email submissions that I did, giving you a way to refer this back to city manager so he can revisit this application for location. There is a way for it to go back. This is not a final map. There is a way for it to go back. This is not a map. We were given conflicting information as well, and I documented that in another email that I sent to you. I hope you really take the time to read this material. I asked for it to be continued to give you an opportunity to evaluate all the written comments that were submitted because there are some of them very, very thorough. We were not concerned about odors, zoning, crime, or ADA compliance. We were concerned about location. So there are many alternative locations.
It's time's up.
And I think those should be seriously considered rather than destroying this neighborhood. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to the next speaker, Armando Delgado.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, staff, and fellow residents. I know it's late, so let's just move on. My name is Armando Delgado, and I am a lifelong resident of Oxnard. I keep a strong interest in local planning, environmental issues, new developments, and advocate for fair business practices with worker protections. From what I saw in the presentation and I heard in the public testimony so far, they're doing just that. Oxnard economic vitality incorporates both the economic advancement and the quality of life of local residents. When done correctly, it becomes a win-win situation. And our economy is diverse with strengths in agriculture, manufacturing, healthcare, retail, hospitality, and public administration. But we also have a large construction workforce. And don't forget the large military presence in our area. These diverse industries is what makes Oxnard so attractive. Well, today we're looking at bringing in a cannabis retail shop to the Oxnard shores. So who's being impacted? The pizza company? Ask them about the meatball sub. It's pretty good. Or Red Tandem Brewing, remember them from the Visit Oxnard media? They said Hopsnard. Yeah, well, what's up, Mark? Or how about the legendary Oxnard Shores restaurant? And I say legendary because when it was a biker bar, the artist David Mann painted a famous piece illustrating the old view of the bar. Not many people know that, but I do. But now I understand they will be affected, but affected in a positive way. More business, a partner in the facility that will bring more people, they're grabbing their cannabis product, but you can also grab something to eat, something to drink and take it home with you, or just get some donuts. Really good, by the way. There's plenty of positive uses for cannabis, and we don't really want to go into all that and argue about cannabis because the reality is they lower blood pressure, reducing inflammation, prevent relapse in drug and alcohol addictions, treating gastrointestinal disorders, blah, 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 a lot. Fights cancer, treats anxiety disorders. I'm not a user, I don't smoke, but I can tell you that I have some personal history behind the use of cannabis. Women with postpartum difficulties, women in my life. Aches and pains due to injuries and the use of opiates, and veterans. That's where it gets personal for me. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran, and I advocate for the use of cannabis over synthetic drugs, medicine prescribed by the VA. I'd like to add that I also know many of the people on the team that want this to happen.
30 seconds left.
Randy, I met him at the PAL, and I've seen everything he's done for this community. So to have him badmouth earlier, man, that's just, it's horrible. Jesus, he's a strong fighter for labor and social equity in the Oxnard area. So yeah, I'm speaking up. I'm saying we all need to bear the burden of having a pot shop in our zones, in our areas. And for the lady that said we need to put them somewhere else in Oxnard, I don't need any more off a Vineyard. We already got plenty going there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado, for your comments. Commission, in our bylaws, we do have any time past 11 when take a vote.
Chair Chavez,
Yes.
we have one more speaker. His name is Forrest Forbes.
Okay, just give me one moment. So procedurally, we need to extend our meeting past 11 o'clock in accordance with our bylaws. Commissioner Nash.
I move that we continue our planning commission meeting until we hear the full agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Meyer.
Sorry, second the motion.
Thank you. This does require a 2/3 vote in order to continue the item. Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Chavez,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, you said Mike Marlowe. He already spoke on this item.
No, it's Forrest Forbes. He's been on the call.
Sorry. Okay. So Forrest Forbes.
Hello,
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
thank you. I'm a resident of Oxnard Shores. I wanted to correct, first of all, a couple of misconceptions that have been projected here. There was no real survey of this area. According to the representatives of the applicant in the Zoom meeting that we had a few months ago, they sent out 900 requests for comment and they got 60 responses. In my opinion, that does not constitute any kind of a realistic survey of the sentiment in the neighborhood. Secondly, I think you've had quite a few comments about security issues around these installations. I think what has not been taken into account is that the security is not allowed to operate outside the confines of that establishment. So they will have no impact on the surrounding area. And it's misleading to suggest otherwise. If there is any impact on the establishment of a dispensary, it may be reflected in a study done in Denver in 2019, where there was a 20% increase in crime around marijuana dispensaries. Also, I think that we should, I know that the commissioners are realistic enough to know that you've gotten calls from people in Mammoth Mountain and San Diego, and let's face it, these were solicited by the applicant. So I strongly hope that you preserve the character of this quiet retirement area and oppose the establishment of this dispensary. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Secretary, did we have any additional pop in?
No, we don't. That's it.
So we'll go ahead and close the public testimony for this item. Commissioners, before we move into questions, I want to allow our city staff the opportunity to respond to any comments that they had, and then allow the applicant team to do the same before we move into any questions. So city staff.
Chair Chavez, members of the Planning Commission, we actually don't have too many comments to share with all of you. The two that we will share very briefly, there was a comment that was just made about security and how it would be restricted to the confines of the establishment. The way that the condition is read, it's a security detail essentially goes to the whole of the shopping center and then 50 feet beyond the property lines. So I just wanted to share that with all of you as a quick check, if you will. The second item that we wanted to also share with you is there was some comments about CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and if this is a project that actually can be exempt, the level of staff's review, so on and so forth. And traffic was pointed out in particular. As a quick refresher, the state of California took away our ability to evaluate traffic based on levels of service, which is how we have traditionally measured traffic. And it now does it based on vehicle miles traveled. This project, it wouldn't trigger or cross our thresholds to hit a significant impact with those items. It's an existing shopping center that's in operation out there. Retail uses are allowed. This is acting similarly to other retail uses that could otherwise exist in the center. No matter if we're looking at retail, where someone would be selling pastries or shirts, or restaurants or other such things as exist out there, staff essentially would find that this would be similar in character. So for those reasons, we don't believe that any of the CEQA exceptions to the exemptions apply for this project. Aside from that, staff is available for questions that the Planning Commission may have. And we look forward to your questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colwitz. The applicant team, I'll give you guys a few minutes to also respond to any comments. Just keep in mind our commissioners do have questions as well.
Very good. There's not a whole lot to respond to. Your first speaker that you had on is Ken Oplinger. He's claimed that we didn't canvass him and he lives right next door. We are actually there October 2nd between 3 and 4. We have it narrowed down that we did see him and we did canvass his home. There's a lot of parking concerns. This place is amply parked. Matter of fact, it's overly parked. There's 107 parking spaces, and I believe the requirements of all the uses within the facilities there equals in the low to mid 70s. So there's an extra 30 some odd parking spaces, which is very rare in a beach community. And it's exceptionally valuable, and it's a perfect fit for any kind of use down there. The environmental review, that's something that the city could talk about. There was another gentleman, Bob Lanus, that has been consistently talking about our chief of security. I'd like to give our chief of security a chance to talk about it. And maybe if you guys have any direct questions for him, please do ask him. Randy, do you have anything to say?
You're on mute, Randy.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Tony. First of all, it's been an honor working with Tony and his team. This is one of the most professional teams I've worked with as a consultant and in my 30 years of law enforcement with the Oxnard Police Department. I am currently an Oxnard resident, lifelong. I live and shop in the same shopping center as most of the people in the Oxnard Shores area do. So I have a vested interest in that Oxnard Holistics holds true to what they're saying that they're going to do. That's why I'm working with this team. When I left the police department, I decided I was still going to be active in our community. That's where I became a consultant. I reached out to Chief Salinas and basically I got trained by him on cannabis and the security measures that are important in bringing in this type of substance to our community. And my job is to make sure that TD Holistics, Oxnard Holistics, and other cannabis suppliers, retail establishments, distribution are complying with not only the city regulations, but with the state's regulations. My family lives there, so I am I'm a stakeholder in making sure that this is a very successful business and endeavor that the city of Oxnard has undertaken. I will be on board with Tony and his team as the security consultant, but not only that, I am a co-owner of the security company, Medallion Security, that will be servicing not only Oxnard Holistics, but some other cannabis dispensaries in the city of Oxnard and throughout the county. So once again, I have a vast experience in alcohol compliance, as that was my last assignment with the Oxnard Police Department, as I was a commander in charge of all alcohol compliance and regulations within the city of Oxnard, along with traffic and other event planning operations. I was a professional standards commander, which I was in charge of internal affairs, which I conducted audits and wrote policy for the city of Oxnard. So once again, being a resident and a 30-year honorably retired veteran of the Oxnard Police Department, which I've worked with many of you before, I believe that going into this type of security consulting is in the best interest of everyone, to make sure that they do everything right, and the city benefits from this type of operation. I'm bringing, and I'm sorry if I'm going too long, but I have the opportunity to bring my 30 years of problem solving, which I performed on a daily basis, working with communities, working with different groups within the city. And we're going to utilize the problem solving approach that I've successfully used in my law enforcement career to make sure that Oxnard Holistics is compatible with the community and creating a synergistic effect in the mall and in the community.
Thank you. Commissioners will open up the questions for staff, applicants.
Mayor, could I make one correction to my statement? It was brought to my attention when I said Ken Opplinger. We talked to him on October 2nd. We canvassed his home between 3 and 4, left him a flyer there. And then there was a follow-up text later on in the day directly to him that was acknowledged by him. So I did want to make sure that I entered into the record that I got that correct. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Commissioners, any questions? Remember, we have our Oxnard PD, Scott Swenson. We have Port New Police Chief Salinas, our city staff, and the applicant. Just be clear on who you're directing your questions towards. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. A question for our planning staff. There was a comment in a letter or email that dispensaries are not allowed in the coastal zone. If you could clarify that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Commissioner Nash, this is Scott Kolwitz. I'll take lead on that answer. Our cannabis regulations are by and large found within the Chapter 11 of the Oxnard City Code. And what that means is it's a business and licensing set of regulations that impose the standards for these businesses. Within the zoning standards throughout the city, we fall back to what's allowed in the underlying zones. And in the coastal zone, for this particular zone, this is consistent with the retail establishments that would be allowed in those zones. So you put those two together, retail is allowed within this particular zone, and it's Chapter 11, our licensing division, which is actually the trigger for the SUP as a process. So yes, they are allowed.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Now, I don't know if this has ever been brought up before in our previous dispensary permits, but are minors allowed inside of a dispensary if they are accompanied by an adult? And our chair is shaking his head, so no.
Commissioner Nash and members of the commission, the regulations I believe are 18 and up if for medical purposes. And then there's other regulations or other adults would be allowed as well when you're older than that. If we need more comment on that, we have a whole team, both city staff as well as applicant team, that can go dive deep into those regulations. But we'll let that be a simple comment at this point.
So minors are minors under 18 are not allowed inside.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Trying to read my handwriting here. It's getting silly. I can't even read my own handwriting. And this has always been an issue, and this is for planning staff. Since my first go around on the planning commission. But when notices are sent out, they are mailed to the property owner, not to the renters, correct?
That is not correct. So the notices that we send out are 300 feet from the property let me start over because it's also late for me. Everyone within 300 feet, all the property owners within 300 feet get the notice, but all occupants within 100 feet of the property get a notice. And those notices are generated based on our GIS system, and the data that populates it, it comes from the tax assessor's roll.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Also in a letter, this is from former Commissioner Frank. She mentions that that residential could be considered a sensitive use if it gets revisited by either the city manager, or actually by the city manager and council as a potential revision. Now, if that were to take place, would that affect this SUP request?
Commissioner Nash and members of the commission, our current rules and regulations as adopted by the city council does not consider residential uses as a sensitive use or something to buffer from. To change that, it would take action by the city council to change the rules and regulations. And we would evaluate any application that we're processing based on the rules in place as we're processing those applications, which means that the rules of the road today do not consider residential uses as a sensitive use.
But if that was changed, it would be retroactive to this permit.
Yeah, the short answer, I believe, would be no. If the rules change after someone has a legal permit to operate, their scenario would be, what we would call it, would be legal non-conforming at that point in time, is the general rule of the road. City council, if they were to take some action like that, they could provide further specification and clarity at that point in time. But going down that path might be really, really speculative at best. So I'm just going to let the statement stand that as of today, we would review any application coming before us based on the rules that are in place today.
Okay, thank you. Can I also ask a question of the applicant team, specifically Ms. Edelson?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. As the community relations person, no, I don't know if I am sure you've read the emails that we've received. And it just seems like there's a lot of opposition to this particular SUP due to its location. Have you has your team considered perhaps exploring other locations, or are you firmly fixed on this location?
We are. I mean, tonight is a great example. We had 14 people that were in support, 7 that were opposed. So I think that we are seeing a lot of supporters. Of course, we're seeing people that are concerned, and we that is something that we've seen at many locations. So we're used to that, and we are not surprised by it. It is something that we are going to help the community feel more comfortable with it. So it is not something that we are looking at.
Yeah, but you cannot. You can appreciate the difficult position that we're placed when we see some of these emails that are in my opinion, are very firmly opposed to your located to this particular location. Anyway, that's all I have, Chair Chavez, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Any additional questions from the commission? I just have a few questions, and this is to the applicant team and Mr. Latimer. As the head of security, how many security officers are planned to be on duty during the 9 to 9 hours?
Thank you, Chairman Chavez. We will have at least 2 security guards on duty during business hours. However, based on assessment of need, let's say there's a special event and there's a cause that we may need additional security guards, we'll bring them on. So to answer the question, there'll be at least 2 on duty during business hours. We'll also have, and we're working with Scott Swinson on the after hours security aspect, which we will have 24/7 video surveillance, and we'll be using BayGuard Live, which is using our high resolution cameras. We'll have monitored surveillance after hours, where a physical person will be watching video. They'll have two-way communication with, let's say someone stands in front of the business too long, or we have a roof access burglary. We'll actually be able to communicate with that person, and we'll be able to live stream video to the Oxnard Police Department. I will have real-time video where if something happens, we will be able to communicate with the person, with the Oxnard Police Department, which will give us a faster response to confirm that there is something happening at the business.
Thank you, Mr. Latimer. One of the comments that were made were in regards to the patrols. Am I right to assume that one guard would be inside the business at all times, while another one would periodically perform patrols in and around the business?
Yes, that's absolutely the plan. We'll have specific post orders for our guards, and they will have some specific areas of responsibility. If there's a certain process occurring, which we need a guard in a specific location at a certain time, that guard will handle that, while one guard will always be out front, checking IDs, making sure that people aren't loitering, giving information out to our customers as they come up on what you can and what you can't do. No consumption in the lot. Just making periodic frequent patrols of not only our storefront, but the adjoining areas.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, question to you in regards to the community outreach. It was mentioned in the presentation that there was 4 weekends that you and your team went out, canvassed the neighborhoods. What was the consensus when it came to being in support or opposition, questions, concerns that were brought up during that time?
Yeah, we did a lot of canvassing. I personally hit 120 homes. Out of the people that I spoke with, the majority of the people I spoke with were indifferent or in favor of. There was, however, a certain amount of people that were not in favor of it. And for the most part, we had very balanced and conversations about it. And I explained the benefits of having it there and the misconceptions that are surrounded with this type of business in a neighborhood. And with a few of them, we just agreed to disagree, but they did say thank you for taking the time and explanation. And we appreciate that. And which I really do appreciate as well. Most of the people are fine people. There was a few that were on tonight that, well, maybe aren't so nice, but that's okay.
Now, and I say if, this permit was to go through, do you plan on continuing to work with your team in order to work with the community to try to get them, to understand the purpose of the business?
Absolutely. In our presentation, we briefly went over what happened in San Diego. And our first store is located in an area similar in demographics to Oxnard Shores. It's in between La Jolla and Del Mar, if you're familiar with the geographic location there. And when we first went in front of this, and you're talking 7 years ago, it was a much different atmosphere then. So they were adamantly just going, not in our backyard. We are absolutely against this. And it was, from what we call a community planning group. It's your neighborhood community council equivalent for San Diego. And we kept at it, and we went through and we met with them, and we ended up getting approved and by the city without the support of the neighborhood. You're equivalent to the neighborhood community council. So we kept up with them, and we worked with them continually after being approved. And what today, matter of fact, the same day that we're having this, earlier we had another project that had to go in front of them, and it flew through with flying colors. We work with them, they work with us. They are actually impressed with everything that we've done. We've been a solid community citizen, a solid company for the area. But to answer your question, absolutely. We expect to do the exact same thing that we did here up there. I expect to sit down in 1 year from now and speak to these people that have questions. And I think their questions will be answered by then, and their concerns will alleviate.
Thank you. In regards to the tenants that are also on the property, what was the feedback from them?
The tenants on the property, well over a year ago, we had sign-offs from every single tenant that was in the mall. Tonight, you heard from either 3 or 4 of the tenants of the mall in favor. I did see a letter from one of the feedback from the community that it's categorically every single one of them are against it. I'm not sure where that's come from. Again, you heard from at least 3 of the tenants. I did hear that a few of the tenants have been threatened by local residents to make sure that they do not support us. And I think that would be very unfortunate. But we in general have the support of every single tenant as far as I know.
Thank you. Mr. Swenson, quick question in regards to this application. Based off of the application, is it meeting all of the requirements from the Oxnard City Code as far as the special use permit for cannabis?
Yes, it is.
And are you comfortable with the security management plan that they have and are being proposed?
Yes, it's being I have no worries about this site whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. Chief Salinas, a couple of questions, sir. As our neighboring city and one that just made comments of 8 dispensaries in the city, and a video from YouTube was shown for us today, and it talked about the Green Mile and the dangers in regards to the drivers. Do you have any information in regards to that video and what that was actually pertaining to?
Yes, in recent months, there's been a complaint from the Bolker Park neighborhood in regards to speeders driving from Channel Islands through Bolker Park to Hemlock. And in response to that, the city erected 4 additional stop signs. But it is their belief that a majority of this traffic is as a result of the additional cannabis businesses on Channel Islands Boulevard. The irony of all of this is we've conducted additional enforcement based on their complaints, and over half the people being cited are actually residents from their own neighborhood. So there is no information right now that any of the traffic collisions or additional speeders in the area are as a result of the cannabis locations themselves or their customers.
Thank you for that, Chief. There was a public comment in regards to a couple of Poronimi locations that had break-ins or robberies at the dispensaries. Can you provide any information whether that's factual or incorrect?
That is 100% categorically incorrect in terms of any attempted robberies or robberies in progress during business hours. There have been 3 attempts to access the dispensaries through the front windows, but based on the security features that were implemented and that are in place, they didn't get any farther than that, and all the incidents were captured on video.
Chief, police deal with DUI drivers. Has there been an increase in any motorists driving under the influence of marijuana, or has it been more with alcohol?
It is predominantly alcohol. In the 4 years now that there's been cannabis in Port Hueneme, we have arrested 1 DUI driver for cannabis, and it did not involve a traffic collision. In that same period of time, we've had 22 DUI-related traffic collisions involving people that were impaired by alcohol. So yes, the smoking of cannabis and driving and being impaired is not an issue in our city.
Chief, has there been any locations of any of the current dispensaries that has met the same opposition that this project is facing? And I understand that you're not here advocating for or against this project, simply here for informational purposes. But has there been any dispensaries that have faced the same amount of opposition?
Yes, one in particular called Emerald Perspective. They are located on Pleasant Valley Road, just west of Ventura Road. It used to be the old Top Deck Bar. They are literally located in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And initially, there was a great deal of opposition, quite a few speakers, very same topics in regards to security, traffic, parking. And within 6 months of opening, well, actually, I should say from the get-go of opening, they have had 0 complaints, 0 issues with that location. In fact, they were actually challenged by parking, given that they only have 4 street side parking spots in front of the location and 4 to the rear. And we've had 0 issues from the residents in regards to people parking in their residential neighborhoods, as well as 0 issues in regards to complaints about security. In fact, they welcome it because they now have additional security in their neighborhood that patrol around the building. And this is completely opposite to the previous business they had there in regards to the bar, which was open late hours, lots of bar fights, lots of issues. And so this type of business has actually been welcomed. And it's very similar to the experience that Mr. Hall had when he opened up his location down in La Jolla.
Thank you, Chief, for that. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. Approaching midnight. All righty. So I didn't have any questions. So my hand was up for deliberation. Are we completed with the question period and ready to go into deliberations?
Let me do one more quick pass. Any questions for anybody? Seeing and hearing none, then we can go ahead and move into deliberations.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so as all of you commissioners know and staff knows, this is our first rodeo around cannabis dispensaries in Oxnard. I'm not sure exactly how many we've gone through. I think 7. Maybe this is number 8. I'm not sure 100%.
This is number 9.
This is number 9. Thank you. Okay, so we're more than halfway through the 16. So I can understand that residents of Oxnard Shores who hadn't had a dispensary application that was accepted and that passed get through in their area, they might not have paid attention to the deliberations of the other 8, and that's fine. So we'll take the time to go over and address concerns that haven't already been addressed. I think it's important to understand that we've had that marijuana has been legal medicinally for 25 years in California. So we've had dispensaries throughout California for 25 years, but that's been for medical use. And California wasn't the first to go to recreational. One notable is Colorado. And so Colorado started before us, several years before us. And so California had the opportunity to learn from Colorado's experience. And so we now have 4 full years of experience with cannabis businesses and dispensaries in the state. And Oxnard decided not to step in quickly and took the slow route. And there's pluses and minuses. Obviously, the negative to that is that Port Hueneme, who did move quickly and now has about 4 years of experience, reaped all of the tax benefits, the millions of dollars. I'm sure that's roughly correct, millions of dollars of tax revenue that they gained, much of it from Oxnard residents. But Oxnard has taken the slow route, has looked at things in a careful way, had designed a very careful application with a lot of safeguards in place. And myself and my former commissioners have mentioned several times how each application, as impressive as it is, seems to be almost superseded by the next. And the quality of the applications, the careful regulations in place, all of the conditions that ensure that it'll be safe and well run are very encouraging. Most have been with project labor agreements in place, which can then serve as an incentive for purchasers who appreciate working with local union staff. And so that creates jobs, of course, locally for us, which is a good thing. And so, yeah, we're 4 years later into it, but we're definitely doing things in a very careful and thoughtful manner. So we've already approved 16 total. I understand Port Hueneme has approved 12 and has 8 in existence. So there seemed to be a concern that we're going to be inundated by customers just surging to this Oxnard Shores location. Well, that location will have to contend against 27 other area dispensaries, not to mention the ones that are going to be starting up in Ventura, the ones in Ojai, and then of course the ones further away. So there are quite a few dispensaries already. And the interesting thing, there's the concerns about security, and I think it's been addressed pretty well, but security significantly improves, and the safety of an area where there's a cannabis dispensary significantly improves in the security for that business and for neighboring businesses, and then of course for the people that work there. For those that haven't visited any dispensaries, I would highly recommend that, so that you can understand in a first-person basis what are the processes, how is it that this is done securely. I think one of the most important points I need to make is the use of cannabis happens at residences. So it's kind of funny to think that we would want to make residences a special use or a place that we couldn't have dispensaries anywhere nearby, because the actual use of the product happens at residences. For those that think that there's people smoking in a dispensary or around a dispensary or in the parking lot, that is clearly illegal and carefully monitored. That it's bad for the business. That would be bad for the city. And in my experience visiting dispensaries, it just doesn't happen. The penalties are severe, and people take the product and they go back to their residence. So right now, there are residents throughout Oxnard Shores that are surely purchasing cannabis products, taking it back to the residents and using them, just the same as they would. The difference now would be they'd have a convenient location to them, and the tax revenue would be going to our city, and then would be made use of in our city, along with the community benefit funds, which are significant as well. Let's see, just looking through my other points. I know, I understand that there are people in the neighborhood that just don't want it. And so they will choose reasons that they see as might be compelling to not want it. It's important to point out that the Mammoth and San Diego commenters were commenting in relation to this company, their dispensaries that happen to be in those locations. So that's why they called in. They weren't random people that were chosen. They had experience with this company, and that was relevant to this discussion. Recently I looked, and the surveys estimate that about 50% of adults in California have had some experience with consumption of cannabis products. So it is quite common. And when we have concerns from perhaps a couple dozen residents in a estimated 30,000 resident area, I think it's important that we don't extrapolate that to be a majority or a huge number of people that are rushing out in opposition to this. So again, I can't reiterate enough that the consumption happens in people's homes. The traffic may increase, but from the videos that I saw of the traffic, that was fairly minimal traffic. The parking lot was mostly empty throughout the videos that were shown. So I understand that traffic concerns can arise, and those can be addressed just as they're being addressed in Port Hueneme and elsewhere. But any business that does well and attracts customers is going to increase traffic. So I think that's pretty much all of my points. Needless to say, I'm comfortable supporting this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for your comments. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
Thank you. And thank you all for bearing with us on the applicant and your team. It's been a long night and a long day for all of us. So thank you again for your patience and certainly for showing interest in coming to Oxnard. For me, and just kind of following up on a couple of the points that Commissioner Meyer mentioned, this is the 9th applicant, and I've had no problem with any of the previous ones. In fact, I always end my comments by telling the folks that I wish them the absolute best and much success, because your success is our success and our community's success. And just encourage you to continue to be generous to our community, especially with the community benefits and sponsorships that you all have certainly shown a commitment to. In terms of the presentation, I loved the slides about local labor and the community benefit commitments, the education. Dr. Beth, haven't seen that one in any of the previous 8 applicants. Your look, your vibe, your concept, your team. Also, I know many of them personally, have worked with a number of them, either professionally or out in the community with events. And have a great respect for all of them. Without recognizing, I actually helped recognizing or realizing at the time until tonight, I was at a couple of the events where I was helping to distribute some of the PPE and sanitizer and cleaning products during the pandemic, certainly to help some of the most under-resourced, underserved, neighborhoods and areas of our city, which was far from your location, but still showing a greater, interest and care for the city. And so I didn't realize it at the time. I didn't realize it till tonight. And so certainly thank you for that. I'm confident, and I know that it helped make a difference for people, maybe even really help keep individuals and families safe or safer during this pandemic. I appreciate the businesses who spoke in support of the project. And, I think that you know, I'm sure I'm not the only commissioner who can't take who doesn't have to take a moment for pause, given the number and volume of comments that we received and emails that we received. It's like, you know, we haven't seen that for any of the other applicants thus far. And so I'm having a little bit of a challenge, you know, in just reconciling the community outreach and the feedback and the public comments, you know, and I'm want to hear more from my fellow commissioners. Like I said, I've been a strong supporter of business and the businesses that have and the cannabis companies that have wanted and shown interest and have come before us thus far. And so it's that moment for pause, not with anything in your application, not with anything in your business model, not with anything that we've seen, except for the location. For me, that's just giving me a moment for pause. No questions about you know, the folks who spoke in favor of the applicant and being a responsible business owner. I'm looking at my notes here. And so you know, I think it's that reservation that I have for this location being suitable and the traffic. And so, you know, it's a lot to tune out or a lot to ignore. I do also recognize, simply by being an informed member of this commission, you know, a lot of the misstatements, a lot of the false information, you know, or statements that were included in some of the public comments. So I very much appreciate Chief Salinas being here to provide that expert testimony and perspective that is more local and to debunk some of these myths. And so again, love everything about the presentation, the company. Like I said, your look, your vibe, your concept, and your team. But I do have just that pause and reservation, given this strong public, I don't want to call it an outcry, but the strong public sentiment and concern by the residents. It's something to balance with everything else that we've heard, including balancing with you know, the support that we've heard from the immediate neighbors of the other businesses and the benefits that I'm sure it would bring to them. And of course, just, you know, it's almost like a residual effect to, you know, your success, you know, trickling down to the immediate neighborhoods or to the immediate neighbors, I should say, of the shopping center. And so weighing it all out here. And so again, thank you for the time you've taken and, you know, just the time, the money, and the resources that you've invested to show us, you know, what you have to offer. And so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Dr. Lopez. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. And Dr. Lopez really hit the nail on the head in many respects. The it's getting late, so I want to ramble a bit. I want to thank staff for providing us so many opportunities tonight to be wildly hypocritical, especially me, because normally I would approve this SUP 99 out of 100 times. But when I see such, you know, and I recognize that it's been organized, community opposition, it gives me pause, as Dr. Lopez said. It puts me in a position where I have to ignore the comments from people who don't live in this community and in Oxnard Shores. I don't understand the sentiment that says you would prefer to have a vacant storefront or two rather than a thriving business that provides, you know, not only additional security, but so many other benefits. Why, you know, why would you not want that? But the residents of Oxnard Shores who've spoken up and written to us have their reasons. And I have to respect that. I absolutely have to respect that. I think that there are other locations that could serve Oxnard Holistics, maybe not as well, but certainly it would, you know, other locations would support their business model, which is a great business model. Their presentation was great. It's like, and we've said this about other dispensaries coming before us that, oh my goodness, you know, why can't all of our business partners be so actively and positively engaged with their community? I don't know if this has been a problem with their inability to fully engage the residents of Oxnard Shores and allow them to understand what they would provide to the community. So having said that, I am a little bit concerned about the traffic flow. We do have Harbor Boulevard where people are going 65 if they're going, you know, 25. And it's not an ideal situation as far as traffic is concerned. I agree with Commissioner Meyer that, you know, most cannabis consumption occurs in home, but Oxnard Shores is a little bit unique in that people may decide that, hey, let's buy some whatever they're called, consumables, and head on down to the beach and, you know, enjoy the sunset. So they do have a little bit of a unique situation where people get out of their homes and enjoy their cannabis products. So, you know, having said that, I think I am going to have to side with the residents on this one and deny this SUP. And I'm truly conflicted and sorry that I have to take that, you know, take that position. But I think it's warranted here tonight. So I want to thank everybody who spoke and all of the experts who've helped us. So thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Nash, for your comments. Any additional comments from the commission? I'll just provide a few comments. I, like Commissioner Dr. Lopez and Commissioner Nash, very conflicted on this project. But when I look back on the other 8 that we approved, there was only one location, to my knowledge, that I can think back to almost at midnight, that wasn't surrounded by residential. A lot of the other locations, the other 7 locations, had a residential component right behind it. And I heard those concerns from the residents of this neighborhood. Now, this isn't the first time that our coastline communities rally against something, which is understandable. They're able to organize, they're able to take a stand, and I can respect that. It's called civic engagement. We had Fort Worth Police Chief, Chief Salinas, talked about what is occurring in Port Hueneme right now of 4 years of experience with cannabis, 8 dispensaries. Oxnard, like Commissioner Meyer said, we took a slow approach. We took years to craft an ordinance, craft a policy, and there was community outreach when that policy was being crafted. And I recall the meeting because it was my first year on the commission. And Commissioner Meyer and Sanchez, you may remember this, that we had the map of where the potential cannabis locations would go. It wasn't an exact detail of saying where they would go, but they gave us the blobs of where they would go. Now, if I recall correctly from that meeting, and I may be wrong, I opposed that map. Again, I may be wrong. I'm getting older. Who knows nowadays? But the fact of the matter is, and Commissioner Nash kind of summed it up pretty nicely, is that tonight is a night that we look like hypocrites on ourselves. My motivation has always been to look at every project as what is the impact on the community that it's going to have. We had a number of community members email us and tell us their concerns because they live in that community. I live 8 minutes away from their community. I rarely drive down Harbor Boulevard. We had members of the community even tonight talk about those concerns with traffic, concerns with safety, concerns with homelessness. And then we also had on the other side, a good number of people saying, we support it. It's going to be good for the community. It's going to bring more foot traffic to the businesses that are currently there. Now, in one of the videos of the drone overhead, yes, that parking lot looked empty. And it makes you wonder, like, what is going on in that parking lot that it doesn't have a lot of people parking in there? Or maybe it was just the time of day that that video was shot. Traffic flow on Harbor and Woolley, yeah, it was moving, but I wouldn't consider the VMT for that area to match the VMT for Channel Islands and Saviors, for Vineyard and Oxnard Boulevard, for Vineyard and River Park, for Rose and Gonzalez. I would never compare the VMT to those, because in this case, the VMT in this location at Harbor and Woolley was a lot lower and would be ideal for any location. I'm very conflicted because I want to be able to support my fellow community members and hear their concerns. But at the same time, and I said this before, when we are looking at these projects, it's not about what we want. It's about what the code tells us we're supposed to be finding. Does it check all of those boxes? Yes or no? And if not, what finding is in that meeting? Again, I appreciate the public coming out. I appreciate all of our staff, our applicants, and our experts that came and spoke this evening. And I'll leave my comments at that. Commission, any additional comments? If there's no additional comments, I'd be looking for a motion. Commissioner Meyer.
I move that we approve the recommendation for this project.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion?
So moved.
Seconded by Commissioner Sanchez. It's been moved and seconded to find the project to be categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines, Section 15301, existing facilities, and adopt a resolution 2022-XX approving planning and zoning permit number 21-516-24, special use permit cannabis retail, subject to certain findings and conditions. Is there any deliberations on that motion? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Secretary, can we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
No.
Commissioner Nash,
A very reluctant no.
Chair Chavez,
No.
motion fails.
Since the motion has failed, I would looking for another motion on the items. Commissioner Connolly.
Would it be appropriate at this time to move to table this to our next meeting or when it fits into our next agenda?
Staff.
If I may weigh in on this issue, given that Vice Chair Araujo is conflicted out, it is unlikely. I mean, I would recommend that a motion be made for denial, but assuming the vote is the same, it'd be 3-3. So tabling it would not change the result because you're not, unlike the situation with the Starbucks, where it was 3-3 with Commissioner Sanchez absent. There was going to be an odd number for the vote to occur. My recommendation would be that there be a motion for denial, assuming it's 3-3, then staff can deem this to be a denial because there's not 4 affirmative votes. And that would allow the applicant, if desired, to file an appeal with the city council and move forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Roselle, a quick question. Would it be appropriate that if we request that that we continue this item to a future date, that the applicant works with the community to try to do a little bit more outreach and then to be able to come back to us?
Here is the issue, and once again, I'm not going to go into policy, but under the letter issuing or giving notice of the preliminary award of the licenses, the applicants have until March 1st in which to get an SUP. So all of our applicants that this applicant as well as the 7 others are up against a March 1st deadline. So there's not really time in which for the applicant to spend 60 or 90 days to outreach with the community. They have basically 45 days before the approval period lapses, and then they would be taken out of the process. So it would be my recommendation that there be a vote once again for denial, and we could bring back a resolution here shortly, but I think it would be best just to take that action so they can have the ability to appeal if that's their desire.
Thank you, Mr. Roselle. Commissioners, what is the pleasure?
Chair, it seems like the direction forward is to have someone put forward the motion for denial, have the vote, and then allow this to move forward to city council appeal.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
Was that a motion?
That was leaving the space open for a
Okay.
motion. So you may proceed if you wish.
You know, and it's with, you know, great, I forgot what Commissioner Nash said, great disappointment, reluctancy, you know, like, you know, but I want to do what's you know, fair for the applicant, the team, to have that opportunity to appeal to the city council, who, you know, has a final say. Before my motion, I just want to say, you know, I very much appreciated the slide and the map that showed the distribution of all the proposed sites and highlighting that this is the only one in like the west part of town and in the beachside community. You know, being a resident of, you know, the Channel Islands neighborhood and the harbor, I followed, you know, and I've tried to at times look past and tune out the conversations on Nextdoor, on social media and whatnot. Initially, up until when we got the packet, I actually thought the location was south on Harbor, but south of Channel Island. So, you know, where some of the other business establishments are at. And that's where I thought, given the conversation, the location was going to be. So, you know, just to be fair to the applicant, because of the timeline that we have, I'll make the motion reluctantly to deny, to give the applicant the opportunity to appeal to City Council and have that final, you know, and ultimate decision with them. Lucky them.
Okay, the motion has been put forward to the intent of denial for this project. Commissioner Nash,
Second.
it's been moved and second for an intent of denial for this project. Project name is TD Enterprise LLC, doing business as Oxnard Holistics. Is there any deliberations on that motion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call?
Chair Chavez, this is Scott Colwitz chiming in here really quick. Not to try to drag on the meeting for too long, but I wanted to just remind the Planning Commission that when we have a denial, we do look for which of the findings we can't make. So I wanted to read the findings into the record here to have the motion maker identify which findings we don't think we can make. We're not going to be looking for explicit detail for each of the findings, but just to say, you know, findings 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 as would be applicable, if that would be acceptable to the motion maker.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
Not sure if anyone else is better prepared to be able to do that quicker without me having to review my entire packet. So I'll yield to Mr. Nash or somebody else who can help with this.
Well, this could also be a group effort here, but let me go ahead and just reread the 5 findings for everyone quickly. So the first one,
reference also where it's at?
Sorry, say that again.
Can you reference where it's at just so I could follow?
Sure, it's within the resolution itself. The findings start on page 3 of 36. And I'll wait just a beat here for commissioners who are flipping through their packets digitally or in paper form.
Okay.
So section 1, the first finding is the proposed use is in conformance with the general plan, local coastal program, and other adopted policies of the city of Oxnard. Finding 2 is the nature, condition, and development of adjacent uses, buildings, and structures shall be considered, and no proposed special use permit shall be granted if the approval body finds such use will adversely affect or be materially detrimental to such adjacent uses, buildings, or structures, or to the public health, safety, or general welfare. Finding 3 is the site that is subject to the special use permit shall be adequate in size and shape to accommodate the yards, walls, fences, parking, and loading facilities, landscaping, and items which may be required by section 16532 of the Oxnard City Code. That's essentially the section that allows the Planning Commission to condition projects. Number 4, the site that is subject to the special use permit shall be served by highways adequate in width and improved as necessary to carry the kind and quantity of traffic such uses will generate. And the 5th and final one is the site that is subject to the special use permit shall be provided with adequate sewerage, water, fire protection, and storm drain facilities. So those are the 5 findings that must be made to approve something. On the opposite side of that, only one needs to be not made to deny a project.
Okay, I'm reviewing and was following as you were reading that to us, and I think to me what would stand out would be just the broad, general welfare, concept. I'm not sure on the safety because as it was presented and as was testified by Mr. Swenson, it meets all of the requirements. So it would be, the general welfare.
Okay. So finding number 2, and we'll highlight general welfare, is the intent of the motion.
Commissioner Nash.
Thank you. And I believe that a few commenters also suggested that the adjacent uses were incompatible. Specifically, the Heavenly Donuts and the presence of kids so close to the dispensary. And I would also suggest that the flow of traffic, if Harbor is being called a highway, I have a problem with that. So it's not being served by highways; it's being served by an arterial. So I think we have three or four findings.
Okay. Staff are you satisfied?
Yeah, I think that's going to give us enough. Mr. Rosal, I think may have had one more comment, so.
No, that's fine. I think for purposes of this motion, which most likely will fail, but it does articulate for the record some of the grounds that the most likely three members of the planning commission who are going to vote to deny this project would hold as the basis for such proposed denial. But I would recommend at this point in time, we do have enough. Would recommend a vote be taken, and we can discuss the likely next steps going forward.
Okay. Madam Secretary, if you can have the roll call, please.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
motion fails again.
So at this point in time, it is clear that holding a number of other motions or continuing this item will not result in a change. So staff will deem the planning commission's inability to make a decision to be a denial. At this point in time, as outlined in the staff report, the applicant has 18 days in which to file an appeal with the city council. And that is pursuant to Oxnard City Code Section 16-545. So this would complete tonight's hearing, and it's up to the applicant if they choose to file such an appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Rosal, for that information. As Mr. Rosal mentioned, that this will end the F4 item, and we will proceed with our agenda. We welcome our vice chair back. Item G, study sessions and reports. Nothing is listed. Item H, planning commission business. Commissioners, Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. A couple of items, and I apologize. Acknowledging that the hour is indeed late. But I wanted to comment on I believe it was the January 6th special meeting of the city council talking about redistricting, and I want to acknowledge and show my appreciation to our chair and vice chair for the hard work they did in submitting maps that's above and beyond the call of duty. And I'm also calling out the city council for not acknowledging that your positions on this commission. I thought that was a failure on their part. They did mention your name, but they did not mention that you have both served on the planning commission, specifically as vice chair and chair. So thank you, Commissioners Arejo and Chavez. My other comment involves, if we ever do get back to live meetings, I hope that the staff, that the planning staff finds a way to provide provide us all with laptops, and also training opportunities. I think that's been a major failure of this planning commission. Sometimes it feels like we aren't supported. We had an 831 page agenda packet this time. So sometimes it takes more than just a pat on the back. Sometimes it takes actual actions to make us feel that our work is appreciated. So that's all, Chair Chavez. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash, for your comments. Any additional comments from the commission? Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
It's late in the night, early morning minutes here, but I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize, the continued public health pandemic that we are navigating. I think it was reported yesterday in the local paper that infection rates are at an all-time high since the start of this pandemic. I am twice vaccinated, not yet boosted. I need to get in there to do that. But whether you choose to vaccinate or not, please do all that you can to continue to keep yourself, your loved ones, and others in our community safe. Follow the public health guidance, the mask, the social distancing, the sanitizing, and whatnot. And I know we're all feeling the weight and fatigue of the disruption of the pandemic and in our professional and our personal lives and whatnot. But, we are at an all-time high here locally. And I'd be remiss if I didn't encourage folks and remind folks to take every precaution to keep yourself, your loved ones, and other folks in our community safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. I would follow up on Commissioner Dr. Lopez's statements. As a public health professional, I see maybe a little closer than others do the impacts at our Head Start centers across the county. More than half are closed because of exposures and positive cases that have happened among children and staff. Never in this entire pandemic time as we've come even close to that. You probably know that California, just in the last 2 weeks, is over 300% more cases than it had, which was probably about 300% more than it had 2 weeks prior. So we're over 3 times the cases statewide and nationally than we've ever had. And the deaths are climbing too. And the hospitalizations, our hospitals are getting close to overwhelm. ICUs are near capacity. So for those of you who've heard that it's just, don't worry about it, just get it over with. There's no getting it and getting over with. But there could be a very real risk of severe illness and death to you, to your loved ones, to people that you interact with. So please take it seriously. Please take the added precautions that are recommended now and help us to flatten this curve once again so that we can save our poor healthcare workers who can then save us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Any additional comments from the commission? I'll just say real quick, thank you, Commissioner Nash, for your comments. I do appreciate it. And the next public hearing for the redistricting is actually going to be next week, Saturday, January 22nd at 10 a.m. So it's going to be one during the day. So please continue to be involved. These are district maps that will be in place for the next 10 years until the next census goes into place. The last date to submit a map, I believe it's on February 7th. I may be wrong on that one, but
that is correct, Chair Chavez.
Thank you. So February 7th is the last day to submit maps. In my other hats that I wear, sitting on the VCTC, we selected our new executive director, Mr. Martin Erickson, who was a former employee of the city of Oxnard. He served as a deputy city manager in the city manager's office before moving over to Santa Barbara, and then coming back to Ventura County, where he served as the Director of Transit Operations and now is the new Executive Director. So he brings a lot of great information around public transportation. So we look forward to seeing the good things to be able to support transit here in Ventura County. With that being said, that will end my comments. And if there's no further comments from the commission, we'll go to our next item, which is our community development staff updates. Mr. Colwitz.
Chair Chavez, thank you. Very quickly, I wanted to go through a few things. I wanted to jump back earlier tonight for the Tacos El Diablo project. When the motion was made for that one, Commissioner Sanchez, seconded by Vice Chair Araujo, we did not include deletion of condition number 46, the silent robbery alarm aspect that the police department recommended that we remove. Rather than take a formal vote, if we can get a concurrence from planning commissioners that was the intent, we will fold that into it. And I'm getting thumbs up and head nods across the screen. So that is the motion. We'll reflect that with the 7-0 vote. So thank you for that quickly. Sorry for not getting that earlier. Very briefly, in terms of recent community development actions before the City Council, if we jump back to December on the 21st, City Council took action that day to adopt the bed and breakfast parking regulations that you all reviewed. That was the second reading. It goes into effect 30 days later. So those are going to be effective as of January 20th of this year. Thank you for your work to get that all there. And then at the start of this year, January 4th, there are two items that they reviewed that you previously helped out with. One was regarding a DMV easement that has now formally been vacated. So thank you for your work on that. And the City Council also approved the revised version of the Encanto Home subdivision at 1101 West First Street. And that'll ultimately result in 27 new residences at that location. With that, that's everything that's happened since we last met with the Planning Commission. We look forward to our next meeting with you on a week from today, on the 20th. The packet, well, I'll leave it at that. We look forward to seeing you in a week. Thank you for your hard work and your efforts tonight.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rosal, do you have anything you'd like to share?
I don't at this time. Thank you so much, Chair Chavez.
Okay, I see Director Adamitis is on the call also. Director, did you have anything to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional comments, just wishing everybody a great 2022 and the year ahead. Lots of great things will happen in the city of Oxnard, and we're excited to bring them to you and have good discussions and good participation from the public and make some positive contributions to our great community.
Sounds great. Thank you, Director. Since there's no further business before the commission, and if there's no objection to adjournment. Oh, wait, I think I saw Commissioner Dr. Lopez wanting to stay a little bit longer. No? Okay. We will adjourn to our next regular meeting, Thursday, January 20th, 2022 at 6 p.m. As always, commissioners, thank you for all your hard work. Staff, thank you for your hard work. Remember, stay safe. Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you. Good
Thank
evening,
you,
everyone.
Thank you.